Duncan, hello. Can you hear us, Duncan?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. We're going to just keep you there for now.
Okay. Yeah, I can jump back off whenever. I think we were just wanted to test to make sure that I can actually, that this works.
Perfect. Thank you. We're ready when you are.
Everybody hear me? That sounds like it. We're gonna open this meeting up at 9:06. And with our new system, getting it going. So first of all, is there any additions to the agenda?
Yes, there is one
Oh,
addition
okay.
under legislative or staff reports. It's an additional letter of support for a grant that you've already submitted a letter of support on, but the grant is going to the next phase. It has to do with the Eastern Madera County Firewise Council.
I move to add this item to our agenda, finding that the need arose after 24 hours after posting of the agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion from the public? Seeing none? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Portress.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler,
Yes.
vote passes 5-0.
There was no vote.
Nothing
thing on
else?
here?
Any other? Seeing none?
Oh, hold on, there, you gotta vote, put your vote in there.
Oh, yay.
No. No, you gotta use
Gotta
the,
use that, huh? Yay.
I don't see the whoopee, whoopee, whoopee.
Whoopee, whoopee. Done? Everybody vote?
Mhm.
Yep. Okay. Madam Lawyer, will you read in the closed session items?
Happily, Chairman and members of the board, there are two items for your closed session today. One is conference with your labor negotiators, and those representatives are Director Noriega, Deputy CAO Legay, and Human Resources Manager Carter. That's under Government Code Section 54957.6. The employee organization is all units and all classifications that are unrepresented, excluding elected officials. There's also one existing litigation, Valley Groundwater Coalition versus the County of Madera. Your legal counsel wants to discuss with you under Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D1. The Madera County Superior Court case is MCV 087677. Thank you.
Okay, any comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll go into closed session then.
Just stand by.
Huh?
We are good.
You ready?
Otherwise.
Okay. 10-12. Now we'll get started. We got a brand new system we started last week, so you got to bear with us out there in the public and here. First of all, is there any reportable actions at a closed session?
Chairman, there's no reportable action from your closed session, but you may desire to continue your closed session to finish the items when you call it.
Be at 2 o'clock. And before we get started on the rest of it, we're pulling 5C and 6A today by our staff. And anyone have any people want to open and close memory of? I got one, Blaine Schultz, who was a longtime North Fork resident, volunteer fireman. He was actually the captain of the there, and then he went to a deputy sheriff in Madera County, been living in Mariposa, and his retirement days, and he passed away last weekend. So Blaine was a great guy. His whole family, his son. I believe he works for Cal Fire now too. He's really a great kid. Well, he's not a kid no more, but Blaine Schultz from North Fork. And our invocation would be Mr. Roger Leach from the Valley West Christian Center. And Letty, our newly wedded Board of Supervisors, would lead the flag salute. Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, staff. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you this day that as we gather together to do business for the County of Madera, we thank you for the words that were spoken on that Christmas morning over 2,000 years ago. It was said out of Luke chapter number 2, verse number 14. It says, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace and goodwill toward men." Lord, I thank you that we strive for peace in our life and peace within our country, peace within our county. We also thank you for the ability to work toward goodwill, the action of working together and cooperative coming together for a right decision or the right for, again, the best for our county. We thank you for these men and women that work hard to do that. We ask that you continue to bless them with health and strength. Lord, I pray for the prosperity of our county, the healthiness of all of the workers and the staff that work throughout our community and our county tirelessly. We thank you for them. And as we celebrate this joyous season, we ask that you continue to place within each and every one of us a joy within our heart that's deep and fulfilled. And we ask these things in your name. Amen.
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty.
Thank you, Roger, very much. Letty. Okay, number 4.
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session are set aside for members of the public to address the board on any matter under the jurisdiction of the board, but not appearing on the agenda. The board will not take any action on any items presented under public comment. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium and state their name and county of residence for the record.
Morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Good morning. Tracy Kennedy, your treasure tax collector. Anyway, I just wanted to give you an update on our tax collections. As you know, the 10th was on a Saturday and wink, wink. And so anyway, everybody got until yesterday to pay their property taxes. So what we're distributing to everybody, oh, thank you, Regina, is our statistics thus far. We've collected $126 million in the property taxes. And then this is the very different ways that we've gotten them. Of course, we have credit cards. E-checks are free. If you'll notice in e-checks, we had at least over 2,000 payments totaling almost $17 million. So the beauty of e-checks is not only that they're free, but they post immediately to your account. And then you can go back in when it's time for you to do your income taxes, and you can put in your parcel number and you can pull it down and you can see how much in property taxes you paid. Of course, the big amount is always the old fashioned way through the blue mail. And we received about $16 million through the mail, which we have to open, sort, run through our remittance processor and image it, and it goes to the bank from there. Phone calls, hundreds of phone calls, 600. This is just the last 10 days. And the last 10 days, 11 days, we had 865 walk-ins, cash payments, and Dropbox payments. So all those things represent about 126 million. Credit cards, of course, you can do over the phone or online. And there is a convenience fee. The convenience fee is nothing that the county gets. It's convenience for the taxpayer, and it's charged by our third-party vendor. That's about it. We're on to April 10th from here. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Oh, yes. Thank you. So Becky lets us use her Dropbox across the driveway. We get to repurpose it every year, and it goes from elections to tax collections. So we appreciate that. And it's really handy. The taxpayer can get in there, they can drive, they can drop their tax payment, and then we check it a couple of times a day. So, but I mean, and thank you to her and thank you to my staff. We've had a few illnesses this last week or so. And so we've been a little bit shorthanded, but we have some new people and they all rallied, and we have a really great group of people you should be very proud of. I know I am.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jessica Leon, County Administration. So just wanted to provide you all with a quick update on our ARPA Small Business Grant. The program is doing incredibly well. We have awarded 26 grants to businesses here in Madera County. And that's from November 1st till effective yesterday. And we also just wanted to, continue to encourage our small businesses to apply for the program. Those businesses that recently even started their business this year may be eligible to apply. So just, let our constituents know, plenty of opportunity out there. EDC is available to answer questions and assist with the application process.
If you'd send me another notice, I'll post it again.
Okay, will do.
And what are the size of those grants?
So $5,000 or $10,000, depending on the business size, number of employees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Any other public comment? Any online? There is? Yes or no?
Go ahead, Christina.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Christina Baxter, Executive Director of Madera County Farm Bureau. Thank you for the opportunity. I apologize I cannot be there in person, but I'm out in the field this morning with the California Air Resources Board. That said, comment, a question related to the change in the agenda and the lack of distinction between the GSA, the GSA board and the Board of Supervisors. Those are two distinct agencies, but it's no longer portrayed that way on the agenda, and I'd like to know why. We also, at one point, it was a timed item on the agenda, so the GSA reports were done usually at 10:30, and now it appears it's just been blended into the agenda. And like I said, I'm a little disturbed as to why the agencies are no longer a separate item and it's just being done as one, because at any given point, I would think that there is the potential that those agencies could change depending on changes within the Board of Supervisors and whatnot. So thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
I had thought the exact same thing at agenda review, Christina.
Yeah, he did. So,
Now forget it.
okay. Anyone else? Any other on, no more? Okay. On to item 5, consent calendar, and number 5 is pulled from that. 5C, I mean, I'm sorry. Any questions from the board? And any from the public on the consent calendar? Seeing none, what's your pleasure, board?
Move to approve.
Second.
We got a new system, we got to vote online, so
Never mind.
here we go.
Oh,
Believe Rob. took
I
that
even
motion.
waited.
Okay, we all voted. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler,
Yes.
vote passes 5-0.
Okay.
Which item did you pull from?
5.
No, on the
6A.
Okay, thank
We'll go to 6B now.
6B, presentation of the service credit awards to employees who have attained 25 years or more service of county, 25 or more years of county service.
There
Sorry
we
about
go.
that.
Good morning,
Good
Chairman
morning.
and Board. My name is Brittany Needham. I'm from the Human Resources Department. Today, we are here to recognize the 2022 Service Award honorees, specifically those that are, they have a milestone of 25 years or more. So we will ask that those that are attending today step up because Veronica is here and she does have plaques for them. Some of the departments are here to speak on their employees' behalf. And so I believe today we will begin with CEO Varney, who is going to talk about, Chief Information Officer Tanya Say and her 30 years of service with the county.
So I don't think I'm gonna go through 30 years of Tanya's history here. Probably better if she did that, but I just wanted to make a few high points. I wasn't working for the county when Tanya was made the Chief Information Officer. But at that time, the board made a great selection by choosing someone who at that point in her career may not have had all of the technical expertise that we generally equate with people from IT, but had just a super grasp of what it meant to do business solutions. I didn't know Tanya previously when she worked at Child Support Services, but she must have been doing a good job there to get the board's attention. And I will certainly say, both as a member of another local government, as your elected sheriff, and now as your CAO, it's been a fantastic opportunity to work with Tanya because she's always thinking about what's going to make something work and not what, even if it's going to make it harder for IT, she's still looking at what's going to make it work. So we have a lot of great department heads here, but I certainly want to point out Tanya as being one that just has the county's business and the department's business as much as she can with all the other things she has to juggle with security and upgrades and all those things. Just always has that at the forefront of her mind. So the county's been blessed to have her here for 30 years. So.
Feel free to make that if you'd like.
I just want to say thank you. It's been a great 30 years. And I want to thank the board for all of the support for the IT department and actually all of the support throughout all of my 30 years here. And I'd also like to thank my IT staff because without them, I would be nothing. And I would not be able to be standing here as a department head and running an effective department without the staff behind us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have 3 employees from the Public Health Department, and I believe Sarah BOS is here today.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm really excited that we have 3 on this pretty short list of individuals who have served for at least 25 years. And I'm going to start with Laura Berra. You met Laura just last month when she came and she spoke to you, and you'll recognize her. I'm going to ask the 3 women who are going to be acknowledged today to come forward. I'm reading a statement from Laura's supervisor, Min Nguyen. During Laura's 25 years with Madera County, she had worked in various programs, including WIC, COVID-19 response, and most currently HIV. Laura demonstrates remarkable initiative, flexibility, willingness to help out where she is needed, and loyalty to the county. In the HIV program, she had learned all HIV program activities so quickly and stepped up to run the program alone on some occasions with limited instructions and guidance. She makes incredible efforts and goes above and beyond to connect clients to clinical services and resources, such as obtaining insurance, rental assistance, and more. She has a heart of gold and wanting to do good for her clients and community, and it is clear. An example of this is how excited she was when she successfully able to get clients connected to health insurance for the first time. Something she figured out completely on her own. It's hard to not feel from her the passion she has for her work. She's an advocate, not afraid to voice challenges and issues faced by her clients and seeking to find solutions. Laura is a go-getter and has positive energy that radiates, and she continues to be an asset for the department, very much so, and an even larger asset for communicable disease, HIV program, and Madera County. So congratulations, Laura, on 25 years.
Thank you.
Another quick 25 years.
She said she had had enough speaking at the board from last time. Next up is Diana Trevino Turner, also 25 years, and I am also sharing a statement from her supervisor, Gabriela Fernandez. Diana is a public health education assistant in the California Home Visiting Program. Diana carries a caseload of 19 to 21 families, and she conducts telephonic, virtual, and in-person home visits with program participants and linkages to community services resources based on unique needs. Diana provides education and tools that encourage and support positive parent-child relationships. She works with families to set goals for their future, promotes the use of praise and other positive parenting techniques, and conducts screenings to assess the child's development, maternal depression, and intimate partner violence. Diana is certified in infant massage and a certified lactation counselor, and she's currently attending the International Doula Institute with the goal of being certified as a postpartum doula to help educate her families. Diana is a team player, volunteers to participate in community events, and she consistently maintains a rapport with her clients, building the essential element of trust with the families whom she serves. She goes above and beyond in her scope of work to ensure families' basic needs are met, and it's a pleasure working with Diana. She's an asset to our home visiting team. So congratulations, Diana, on 25 years.
Thank you. I just want to say that it's very rewarding to be able to go out into the community and work with my families. We have our families for up to 3 years, sometimes even longer. So watching the children from birth, growing up, it's very rewarding. Thank you.
Next up is Alicia Melendez, who's been here for 30 years, and her supervisor, supervising public health nurse, Elsa Estrada, is here to talk about Alicia.
It's hard for me to talk about Alicia, but I'm going to say it the better that I can. I met Alicia when she was teaching teenagers, this is a program that doesn't any longer exist. We were working together in the first parent program for several years, and she was amazing. One of my best case managers. She was always prepared. If the woman was suffering from domestic violence or abuse, she was going to be the one that was going to have the history for these women. Alicia was transferred to the foster care program, working now with me again. She flourished with this program, and she's working with the high-risk cases, giving hope to women who had drug problems and a history of neglect or abuse. Alicia collaborates with social workers by providing home visits, where she provides education and parenting skills to all these women who had a very hard history. Alicia teaches those women to love themselves and to love their children. In some cases, several of these women have gone back to school and they are now looking for better jobs. She tells them Do not worry that children never listen to you. Worry that they are always watching you. Alicia's job is not easy. Few have the opportunity to observe her work, but for her coworkers, there is no other baby whisperer like her in Madera County. Alicia has a very heart for the community here in Madera. Congratulations, Alicia Melendez.
Thank you.
I just wrote your quote down because my son wasn't listening to me last night, and I'm gonna send it to my wife because we both need to hear that today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we'd like to recognize employees in the probation department. And I believe Chief Childers is here today to speak to you.
Morning, Mr. Childers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chris Childers, your Chief Probation Officer. I'm here to present, I'm very pleased, first of all, to present this award to Rick Galindo, who's been with the department 25 years. And I asked him for his resume and his history with us and his highlights, and he gave me about 4 pages, so I had to condense it down to 1 page. But I'm going to go ahead and start and give you some of the highlights before we present him. In the beginning, 1997, Rick started his career with probation. He started as a juvenile correctional officer while going to school, working on his 4-year degree. In 1999, after earning his degree in criminal justice, we hired him as a deputy probation officer. During that time, he held numerous assignments, including court officer investigations, community service, supervision, post-release supervision. And through all the years, we finally promoted him to senior, and we eventually promoted him to supervisor, where he's currently assigned as the field training officer coordinator, our safety officer, the peer support coordinator, and most importantly, our training manager. He also holds a degree or master's degree in criminal justice.
Wow.
Rick is recently going to start teaching at Madera Community College in their criminal justice program. So we look forward to having some local talent come through and have Rick be the one that teaches them to come into the criminal justice system to work for us. Rick's also dedicated his time to organizing blood drives, fundraising for the Lung Association, Heart Association, Child Abuse Prevention Council. And on the tactical side, he's been instrumental in leading some field operations, and one of those field operations, he was recognized and commended for his outstanding leadership. Lastly, his work and his dedication has earned him a recognition by the Madera County Probation Department as Officer of the Year in 2020. He's been recognized by the Child Abuse Prevention Council, and he's also been awarded the letter of commendation by probation. With that, I want to say congratulations to Rick on your recognition as you celebrate your 25-year anniversary. We are quite pleased to present this award, and we hope to see you around for many more years to come. Congratulations.
I had asked for a parade, but I think that was asking too much, so I gave 4 pages. But I just want to thank the County of Madera. It's been a blessing to work for this county, and most importantly, to my department, who has created a family-oriented place and a place where I call home away from home. Thank you.
Much. And then next we have a presentation from social services for 2 employees in their department. And I believe Deborah Martinez, the director, is here today.
Good morning, Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Deborah Martinez, Director of Social Services. I'm actually going to pass the baton to my 2 deputy directors who have been working with the 2 honorees for decades. Maria Chapa, who is our Employment and Training Supervisor, and Brandy Curran, who is our Social Work Supervisor over our
Protective Services. So I'll let Sharon and Steve speak to these two amazing folks that are part of our team and that we want for decades to come.
Good morning, board members of the board, county staff. Steve Duckworth, Deputy Director, Social Services. I'm here to present Brandy Curran. She's started with the Department of Social Services in 1991 as an eligibility worker. She spent 7 years as an eligibility worker, and she promoted from that position to our Employment Services Division. And after a short stint there, she was snatched up by our other side of the house, Child Welfare Services, where she spent 14 years serving youth and families in child welfare services. More recently, she's been working in our Adult Protective Services Unit in our Adult Services Division, serving the needs of the elderly and dependent adults in Madera County. Two things. I do go back, way back when I started in 1993. Brandy had been there for a year and a half, 2 years. And I remember her distinctly when I first started. She has that type of personality. You don't forget her. Two things about Brandy that I'd like to mention quickly before I let her speak is that, first of all, she has a heart for people. She has such a heart for people and for kids, for the adults that she works for. She's a staunch advocate for the families and for the youth, for the elders that she works with. And second of all, she brings levity to stressful situations. She has that knack, because we do work in a stressful environment, and there are some times when the stress is building up, she can easily bring in some levity to get everybody on the same keel and to be able to think through things before the stress builds up so much. So of those two characteristics of Brandy, I can't say enough of. It's such a fitting example for our team in social services. So without further ado, Brandy Curran.
Hi, I just want to thank you guys and my superiors for the privilege of serving our elders, our youth, and our families in the community of Madera County. And I like to tell my younger peers at work and that in 1991, when I started and my coworker here, Maria, was there, we didn't have computers. When we were figuring out everyone's food stamps, benefits, their cash aid, we had to do it with a calculator and we had to know the regs. So we're pre-computers, but we bring a lot with us. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you and pass it on.
Good morning. I'm here on behalf of our department, the Department of Social Services, to also discuss one of our long timers here. She actually left, has been with us, left and came back because, you know, she is so dedicated, right? And I say that not jokingly, she really is that dedicated. Maria Chapa started with us in 97 when she came back. That's this 25 years, not the years before, but and she came back to us. She's been an eligibility worker. She's been an employment and training worker, working with families, trying to overcome barriers to employment, assisting with housing. She currently is an employment and training supervisor, guiding our new staff. And like Brandy said, pre-computer, all of that stuff, but she brings all of that knowledge with her. She has been a great cheerleader for our leadership team. She's extremely supportive to her staff, to her administrators, to her community in general. The one thing I can say about Maria, I've known her for all these years because I too have been with her for these 25. And I can say that her heart is definitely with the community of Madera. So without any further ado, Maria Chapa.
Good morning. It's been a pleasure serving our community. I couldn't do my job without the support of my peers and the support of my staff. So thank you very much. I feel very blessed to be here this long. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd also like to recognize some of the employees that were unable to attend today. So from the District Attorney's Office, we have David Engstrom, Supervising District Attorney Investigator, who is celebrating 25 years of service with the county. From General Services, Bryant Torres, Building Crafts and Maintenance Worker Supervisor, who also is celebrating 25 years of service with the county. From Probation, we also have Gloria Garcia, Supervising Deputy Probation Officer, 25 years of service. From Juvenile Hall, Martin Garcia, Youth Correctional Officer, 25 years of service, and Melissa Noblet, an Administrative Analyst too, who's celebrating 35 years of service with the county. From Public Works, we have Randy Rosenfeld, Equipment Operator, celebrating 25 years of service, and from the Sheriff's Office, Robert Mollet, a Sergeant who's celebrating 25 years of service. So overall, we had roughly 200 employees that had 5 or more years of service with the county. So we'd like to congratulate them on their contributions. We have a light reception just outside with cookies and coffee. We'd just like to thank everyone.
Tom?
Yes, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Tom, real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, thank you all for your service to our community. And I just something that hit me when I just saw you bring in the flowers. And we as an organization, without the support of our staff and the and all the hard work that goes into it, we couldn't do all the great things that we do here. And but I also wanted to say thank you to the family that is here today that are supporting our staff at home as well, and showing up today. When I saw you bringing the flowers, and I saw the pride in your eyes when you were walking in, and that just lit up when you saw her there. And I think it's important to note that these are not easy jobs. These are very taxing. They can take a toll on you. You hear some of the things that our staff deals with on a daily basis. And so thank you to those at home that are there to lend a supportive ear. And I'm sure it's better that you don't that you just lend the ear and not say what would be better, right? Yeah, it's just 2 ears, 1 mouth, right? Listen twice as much as you talk. So thank you to the family and thank you to the staff. Rob?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, first of all, Supervisor Fraser, you must have better eyes than I do, because I can't quite see your eyes. I can't see, I can't tell if there's pride or not, but I'm assuming there is. But I would suggest we get a picture out here with all the people with the 25 and 35 and 45 years. So, and then have a short break.
I just wanted to say, when I first got elected in 06, the first day of the meeting that I was sworn in, I made a statement, we as supervisors are only as good as you people make us. And if we don't make good decisions and have good employees, we wouldn't be where we are today. 16 years, I can't believe the growth we've had and the dedication from our staff. Over 200 employees has been here 25 years plus. That's unbelievable. And it really is. So thank you, and thank you. Go get a picture.
Chairman, did you ask for public comment? Did you ask for if there was any public comment on
Is there
this?
any public comment on this? Anybody want to make a statement? How great these people are? They all agree, so thank you. And we'll take 5 minutes and go back and shake everybody's hand. Letty, you're here.
It's Jay's phone.
He's just gonna talk about. Letty. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Letty will join us when she gets in. We're gonna move to 7A, public hearings.
Public and Economic Development Department, Building and Fire Safety, discussion and consideration to adopt and waive the reading of urgency ordinance amending chapters 14.04, 14.08, 14.20, and 14.24 of Title 14 of the Madera County Code relating to the Uniform Building Codes and Chapter 14.04 of Title 11 of the Madera County Code relating to property addresses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Treber, Chief of Development Services. As you may be aware, the state has adopted updated building code standards. That was done earlier this year. They become effective January 1st. So we're here requesting the board adopt the ordinance before you, implementing those states. We have not gone above and beyond the state minimum on the building code standards. So I do have Mr. Mark Myers here. If you have specific questions on those changes and like to know more about the strapping requirements of water heaters now or energy calcs, so we are available for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? And now we're gonna open up a public comment now, public hearing, I'm sorry. And anybody from the public got any comments I want to make on this item 7A? Is this a general plan update?
No, it's an ordinance building code, Title 14. So I would mention that I do anticipate, we've been informed and we've seen a large influx of permits come in. And I would imagine we're going to see 200 to 300 additional single family dwellings flow into the building department by the end of this year. So
Or January 1st.
yeah, we're going to have a bit of a delay and a backlog there when we get about 400 permits this month, but we're ready for it.
Perfect. Any online?
None online.
One more time, anybody on this public hearing have anything to say on this item? Seeing none, I'm gonna close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to waive further reading and adopt the ordinance.
Thank you. For a second.
Second.
Second, okay, we can get here and vote now. There we go. Brett, you gonna vote? Betty? Yeah. Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes,
Vote passes 5-0.
thank you. 7B,
7B, Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division, Ordinance of Development Agreement. Second hearing to consider entering into a development agreement with Fagundes Dairy for S 2014-001, APN 059-200-020 relating to the residential development and authorize the chairman to sign. Hearing to adopt an ordinance approving the development agreement with Fagundes Dairy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jamie Bax with Community and Economic Development. This is the second hearing of the proposed development agreement. As mentioned last week, we did hold a planning commission hearing. They did recommend approval, a unanimous vote of approval to the Board of Supervisors for adoption of the development agreement. Again, the development agreement would extend the map for up to 10 years. And it also includes the second reading of the ordinance as well. And if you have any specific questions regarding the development agreement or the project, I'm happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the board members? I just got one. With this development, there will be a emergency exit for the people around that area, that subdivision, right?
Absolutely. As a requirement for all of our subdivision maps, we do require 2 points of ingress and egress. Yes.
Right. This would be a new one. So, any other questions from the board members? Seeing none.
Move.
What?
Move.
No, I gotta get, this is public
Oh,
hearing.
yeah, that's right.
This is a public hearing, so I'll bring it, open it up to the public. Any public comments from the public on this item 7B? Any online?
And online.
One more chance. Closing the public hearing then. Bring it back to the board.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Portress?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
7C.
7C, Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division, hearing to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and upholding the Planning Commission's decision to approve a zoning permit, ZP 2022-012, to allow the construction of one 210-foot by 330-foot soccer training field, Prosperous Terra LLC, Madera.
Good morning again, Jamie Bax with Community and Economic Development. I do have a brief presentation, PowerPoint presentation that's able to be brought up on the screen. Thank you very much. Before you as a consideration of a zoning permit, that was number 2021-12, and a board hearing to consider an appeal regarding the zoning administrator and planning commission's approval of a zoning permit, allowing the construction and use of a soccer training field at a property northeast of the intersection of Avenue 10 and Road 40. The project was initially approved by the zoning administrator on May 9th of this year and was then appealed by the Brickyard Business Park Association. The Planning Commission heard the appeal on October 4th of this year. The commission denied the appeal, upholding the zoning administrator's approval, and then the Brickyard Business Park Association then filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision, and that appeal is what is before you today. Just an overview of the project. Just an overview of the project is on approximately a 44-acre parcel northeast of Avenue 10 and Road 40. The project would develop one 210 by 330-foot soccer training field with a parking area and driveway access from Avenue 10. The facilities would be enclosed with a 6-foot chain link fence with a locked gate when not in use, and no more than 2 4-hour sessions would be held on any day, and all use would be between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. There would be a maximum of just 30 people at the property at any one time. The Madera County General Plan land use designation for the property is light industrial. The property is zoned industrial light district as well. And the county code does provide permitted uses within this zoning designation, including general commercial establishments. The code does define general commercial establishments with several specific uses, as well as other non-specified commercial uses, as long as they are similar to the specific uses based on the interpretation of the zoning administrator. Planning did prepare, and the zoning administrator reviewed and adopted an initial study and mitigated negative declaration for the project in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act. The initial study did evaluate all of the required resource categories and identified measures for certain potential impacts as listed here, including aesthetics, biological resources, and cultural resources. In addition to the mitigation measures, the zoning administrator imposed several conditions of approval. A few of them are summarized here. The project is limited to one soccer training field. Air permits and other requirements to comply with the Air Pollution Control District are required, Amplified noise is prohibited. The field can be used for only a maximum of 7 sessions per week with a maximum of 30 people on the site at any given time. Permanent restrooms must be installed within 1 year of initial operations. The project proponent is also required to design and install driveway approach lanes in compliance with county standards and install frontage improvements and make right-of-way dedications along Avenue 10 and Road 40. The appeal letter is included in your packet, so I won't go into each of the issues raised in detail. However, in summary, the appeal asserts that the zoning administrator does not have the discretion to make the interpretation that a soccer field is consistent with the site zoning. The appeal also asserts that allowing recreational use at the site would eliminate the possibility of expanding light industrial uses. And the appeal suggests that the current project is just a foot in the door, quote, for future multiple soccer fields, and the ISMND violates CEQA by not considering the potential for future multiple soccer fields. Staff recommends that after conducting a public hearing, the board deny the appeal and thereby uphold the zoning administrator and planning commission's decision approving the project and adopting findings, conditions of approval, and mitigated negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring program. I'm available for any questions. I also do have our CEQA consultant here as well to answer any CEQA questions. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
How did they come up with the maximum 30 people on site at any given time? I think that's a little small. I coached soccer for about 10 years. And
so that would include the team itself and their coaching and staff that assists. It does not include any games. So you wouldn't have visitors coming to watch a game like you normally would at a soccer game. It's just for practice.
I see people come to them also. I just wondering, do the people that's doing this, are they agreeable with that 30 people?
Yes.
Interesting. Any other comments from the board?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking the same. I would rather it be more open and have the ability to play soccer games. I mean, I'd rather it have a lot more to it, but I understand that this is just as a practice facility, correct?
That's correct. It's just a practice facility. No games would be played at this facility.
Where do they play the games at?
My understanding is in Fresno.
Any other comments? I don't see any, so we'll open it up to this is a public hearing. I'll open it up to the public. Anybody from the public have anything to say? Now's your chance.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness in Fresno. With me this morning is Mr. Juan Jureles, who is the applicant and owner of the CV Central Valley Fuego professional soccer team. Fuego currently plays at Fresno State. Mr. Jureles is planning a sports center in the city of Clovis and is under contract to do so. It's critical to his business model that CV Fuego have a practice field. I want to emphasize this is not a play field, it's simply a sports field. And it's completely accurate to say that Fuego and Mr. Ruelas have no precise plans for developing the remainder of the subject property. Mr. Ruelas's focus has been on obtaining this critical practice field for the Fuego team, as the professional league requires teams to practice on the identical type of field. In other words, natural grass or turf as they play on. We agree with all of your staff required findings and conditions. As Jamie has accurately identified for you, the subject site is designated for industrial uses. The proposed practice field will be used by Central Valley Fuego professional players with no spectators. One team of 22 players and coaches will use the practice field at one time. As mentioned, a maximum of 30 people will be on the site at any one time. The facility represents only 3.5% or 1.5 acres of the 40-acre site. Limited hours and sporadic use will occur based on the schedule. There are 14 traveling teams that constitute half all of the practice play. As such, many players will never return to the facility because they're coming from as far as Wisconsin and Virginia. There'll be no spectators. no seating, no food, no merchandise sold on the site, no public tournament or tournament type play. There'll be no public address system or scoreboard, no permanent lighting except for restrooms and lighting structures that will be portable. There will be restrooms, as Jamie has mentioned, and the site will be landscaped and fenced and gated with parking paved for county standards. We went through comprehensive analysis of traffic. I'm not going to get into all of those different components. Jamie has mentioned that staff has concluded that a mitigated negative declaration is in order. We studied traffic, we studied greenhouse gas. There was a phase 1 analysis that was also conducted as a biobotanical analysis was also prepared. Your staff has determined that 4 required findings can be made to grant the zoning permit. Finding number 1, that the proposed use does not violate the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. Your staff wrote and administers the Madera County zoning ordinance and has the lawful authority to interpret their own ordinance. As your staff has concluded, the proposed use is either classified as a commercial or industrial use and does in fact conform to the spirit of the IL zone. The appellate asserts that the county staff erred in determining the project and should have not been located in such a commercial zone. You'll see pictures that I took from the internet of recreational uses that are existing in the Brickyard. I think they've been provided to you by your clerk. These recreational uses exist in the Brickyard now and apparently do not cause the kind of conflicts that the appellant is alleging will occur as a result of this limited use of a practice field. Finding number 2 requires that the board find that the use is not contrary to public health or general welfare. We've provided various studies that have been provided to staff and they've reviewed them. They found them to be in order. We do not believe that there's any information to suggest that public health or general welfare will be infringed upon by this use. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the pictures again of the uses within the Brickyard, the recreational uses, they're in fact much more intense than the proposed soccer field. With respect to finding number 3, the proposed use is not obnoxious or offensive due to its dust, smoke, odor, and other factors. There's no information to suggest that. The site will be fully landscaped. A series of other mitigation measures and conditions will assure that that finding can be made. And 4th, that there be no adverse impacts to surrounding property values or general desirability to properties in the neighborhood. The appellant argues that the location of this practice field is incompatible with the adjacent uses in the Brickyard. As you are likely aware, since the early 1900s, municipalities have adopted community-wide plans to cluster compatible uses and to protect sensitive uses from incompatible noise, odors, and traffic. Again, this is an industrial park with the industrial type uses as our neighbor. We will be at least 350 feet away from our joint property line. To test our opinion that the proposed project would not adversely affect property values or general desirability, we randomly selected 3 cities in California using the internet to find cities that had major soccer fields. And we've used Turlock, Morgan Hill, and Santa Clara, and their soccer complexes proximate to single-family residential homes. We compared sale prices using Zillow and Redfin, of the proximate homes to the 3 soccer complexes in the same time period, typically over 10 years. We then compared sale prices in the host city with the sale prices of recorded homes sales near the 3 soccer fields. For example, Turlock, which is the Turlock Sports Center located at 4545 North Kilroy, was built in 2005. It has 10 soccer fields and 2 softball fields. We evaluated 10 single-family residential sales from the years 2012 to 2022, approximately 2,600 feet from the Turlock Sports Center. We found that there was no correlation between the homes that were immediately adjacent to the Turlock Sports Center, those homes that were somewhat proximate to the Sports Center, or Turlock homes in general. As a matter of fact, a home at 4433 Artisan Way sold in January 2018 for $400,000 and resold in December of 2021 for $550,000. for a 37% increase. So if there was going to be an impact, it was our assumption that the impact would clearly be manifesting itself in single-family homes. We did the same analysis for Morgan Hill. That facility is at 16500 Conduit Road and was built in 2007. There are 11 sports fields there. We evaluated 8 single-family residential homes within 1,000 to 4,000 feet away and 6 townhomes immediately adjacent to the existing facility. At that particular facility, a home was also sold twice at 455 San Simeon Court, which sold in December of 2012 for $720,500, and again in November of 2021 for $1,600,000, or over 100% increase. Again, if there was going to be an impact of a soccer field, particularly a practice field on industrial, it clearly would have manifested itself in these general trends, and we're just trying to provide general trends to the board. We also found a facility at Reed and Grant Sports Center in Santa Clara, and again, these were all at random, at 750 Reed Street, which was built in 2019. It had 5 soccer fields, but it was adjacent to 5 townhomes that were within 500 feet, which were built between 2018 and 2022. There was also 5 industrial listings because in this particular case, the soccer field was built on industrial property. And we found that again, that there was no influence. If you look at the trending, we trended the homes that are immediately adjacent, the townhomes that were immediately adjacent, and then the community of Santa Clara in general. And in Santa Clara, it was interesting because we also had industrial properties, none sold, but we used listing prices. And if you looked at the listing prices of those properties immediately adjacent to the soccer field in Santa Clara and those that were further away, there was no correlation of distance, again, in a general trend. Your clerk has pictures that I took off the website of the Brickyard tenants, and you look at the gym. That seems to be pretty intensive. It also clearly recreational use. So it seems inconsistent that the 2 gyms that exist in the Brickyard are acceptable to the Brickyard owners, but not a practice field that's used occasionally. I should also mention that both gyms that are at the Brickyard are open to the public. And also one of our closest neighbors is Auction R Us. And if you look at the pictures, again, using pictures directly from their own website, it's clearly a retail use. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant's plans are unknown as there are a variety of options relative to the remaining use of the property. At the Planning Commission, Director Traber told the commission that theoretically that this site could generate 3 million square feet of industrial warehousing, again, theoretically by right. So that kind of gives you an idea of our relationship to potential impacts and consistent with this county's findings that there are, in fact, no significant impacts. At the project zoning permit, Mr. Ruelas offered a variety of mitigation measures. We thought that was appropriate because we were speaking openly about mitigation and project conditions for various theoretical development scenarios. We were trying to be proactive to seek solutions and perhaps an agreement, which was not possible. I should say also that state planning law asks for a meaningful analysis, not speculation, and that the approval of the practice field will not reach the point of environmental no return. As a matter of fact, we would like to offer to the board that any future use that would be recreational in nature, baseball, football, soccer, any of those types of intensive recreational uses could only come forward with a comprehensive environmental impact report. That would mean that any of our office uses that are by right could proceed on, but any intensive use of a soccer field, baseball, et cetera, would have to come in through the process with an environmental impact report. And lastly, we took this matter to your the EDC, who strongly supports the project. As I mentioned earlier, there's 14 teams in the USL League coming as far away as Richmond, Virginia. We believe it's a opportunity for Madera for food, lodging, and general sales revenues to be collected. And it's also consistent with your general plan policies of the light industrial zone to support economic development. For the record, I have read and agree with all of the project conditions. We ask you support your staff's expert opinion to approve this worthy project and deny the appeal. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
Any questions from the board?
Just a question of curiosity. Do you plan on doing AstroTurf or real grass?
Real grass.
Okay.
Yes, real.
That's kind of a requirement. It seems like for any teams that are playing, they want to play on real grass for injury purposes.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'd like to see, like, in addition, is there any way in addition to the 30, like, to allow for youth sport teams to come out, or youth soccer teams to come out and watch these practices to see how these professional players play the game? I think that would be
From Madeira.
yeah, from Madeira. It would be a huge thing for these kids to be able to come out and watch and see how to play the game and how they practice and how much hard work goes into making it to the next level. Is there a way to do that, Jamie? That would be a question for Jamie. This would be
I can tell you that I don't think that's going to be possible because
Well,
of
I'm
the
gonna
threat
see, yeah.
of the threat of lawsuit. We tried, Supervisor Frazier, and we very, very much appreciate your opinion. We tried to focus on the bare minimum in this project because we've had some conflicts with the neighbors before. We originally had intended to build a stadium at this facility, and your EDC was very, very supportive of that proposal, but based on the conflicts with the neighbors, we just decided that we have to get this field. And so from the very beginning, we never studied visitors, and we've made representations to them. There wasn't going to be visitors. We wish it was different, but we're just trying to streamline this project to the bare minimum so that it can be approved. We can get on about our lives. And then we'll come back some later day with an environmental impact report, should there be a proposal for a soccer field or football or baseball or whatever. We don't know.
Jamie?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, Jamie Bax, CED. The analysis did include 30 people as part of the practice facility. So any change in that use or the number of people would require reanalysis and a potential recirculation of the project.
So we can bring out 28 kids as long as it's only 2 people practicing.
That's correct.
Got it. Got it.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, any other comments for the facility? Go against it next.
Hello, my name is Bill Cummings. I live in Merced, and I have a very unique perspective for this project in general. My family used to own the Fuego for about 10 years. We also own the Grizzlies and a number of other sports teams here in town. And I actually remember coming before the board when we were talking about potentially relocating the team to Madeira. We were working with you guys when you guys did the sports analysis that included the BMX park and some of the other pieces. And you know, the other piece to this is I'm a real estate developer and general contractor. And one of the clients I do a lot of work with in Madeira city and county is Camarena Health. And so we're currently building in Tesoro Viejo. We've got another project in the Ranchos and a lot of other stuff. And so I have this perspective of understanding the growth that's happening in Riverstone and Tesoro and Eastern Madeira, and also this love of the Fuego and wanting something. And so I wanted to come here in support of the Ruelas to say that what they're trying to do is so much more than a single field, and what they're trying to take the Fuego is so much more than just Fresno and Madeira, and they're trying to build a system that's going to be able to take a lot of these kids and put them into an academy program and be able to give them a platform that we haven't had since the men's team left Fresno State. That system requires regional training camps. It requires additional practice fields. It requires an ability to go into different communities and engage with the community. And that's what this facility originally was meant to be. And so, you know, coming up here today, I wanted to give you guys an insight into the fact that the Ruelas have invested a lot of time and money into this, and what they're doing with the team is something that my family didn't do. And this soccer specific stadium and ultimately these practice facilities are just such a requirement for not only the professional team, but again, when you're thinking 12,000 new homes in Riverstone, 5,500 new homes in Tesoro Viejo, what's happening in the ranchos, there's not enough green space. There wasn't enough green space before when we did the analysis. And all of a sudden we have all of these families with kids and taking an opportunity where a private owner is willing to put in fields that could benefit the community and all these kids and around. It's just, I sincerely hope that you guys see that the value of what's being created. And again, looking at the industrial to the east, residential to the north, understanding what Valley Children's is doing right across the street, all of the multifamily that's going in. I have to think that this would be an amazing amenity and honestly a bookend for Eastern Madera. Talk about something that could give the area an identity and help pull a lot of people up there and make the communities even more desirable. So thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Next.
Chairman of the board, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adam Smith, and basically up here to repeat what I said several weeks ago. Prior to the new team coming into town, Central Valley Fuego, I worked for the organization in a sporting director role, but there was a team called Fresno FC, and they competed on the professional level. I had the privilege of being the head coach of that team, and we were really well supported from the community. So basically from as far south as Bakersfield up to Merced, we were the closest professional team for the public to come and watch and come and support. Unfortunately, we did not get the support from local authorities that we needed. And back end of 2019, the previous owner, mainly in part due to not being able to secure full-time practice facilities and soccer-specific stadia, decided to close up shop, close the doors. It had a very, very negative impact, not only on myself and my family, but on the local players that had, were representing their community. They were forced to leave and go and join other teams around the country. It stopped the professional pathway that we were trying to put together in terms of providing a platform for young players to have something to look up to get on that pathway and hopefully one day represent their community. I just hope that we can avoid history from repeating itself and learn from the past mistakes. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairman and Board. Nehemiah Blanco. I am the Vice President of Football. I was born and raised in Fresno, California. I played for the club myself. So coming up here and speaking on behalf of the Relas family and Central Valley Fuego is not just something that is of us, it's more of a passion, right? And also having the responsibility of finding practice fields for this professional team, I would say it's a nightmare, right? So finding this field and evolving this practice field for our professional team and I would say having something professional for these players that not only are from the Central Valley, but coming from Senegal, that come in from Florida, that come in from England, that come in from Germany is very crucial and it speaks volumes for what we do here in the Central Valley, right? Right now, I would say, that is probably one of our black eyes in the club is finding a facility for them to train on and showing the professional aspect of football and what we do here in the Central Valley. So taking pride in what we do, not only for the Fuego, but as a community, is huge. It's huge. And I love that, Mr. Frazier, you talk about the youth and having them watch our professional team and seeing how they do it at that level is big because I had to find opportunities elsewhere to find a professional contract myself. So watching and learning from players from all over the world and also our local players that we have 7 at the moment right now contracted is huge. So these aspirations, goals, love for the game is not far-fetched. It's here for our community players, our community members, and it's just not, I would say, just a field. It's aspirations and its dreams for this community. So I thank you.
What was your name? I missed it.
Nehemiah. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Any other? Okay, anybody opposed? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Wheeler, Chair Pro Tem Frazier, and the members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kenneth Price from the law firm of Baker, Manick and Jensen, 5260 North Palm in Fresno. And I represent the Brickyard Business Park Association, which is comprised of over 20 Madera County businesses. And we're generally located around Avenue 10 and Brickyard Drive. I think most of you know where we are. With me is Jason Myers and Howard Nestle, Jason from Myers Construction and Howard Nestle from Elaine's Animal Park, to talk a little bit about the impacts of the project on them. First, I just want to make note that we have submitted this appeal to the board regarding zone permit 2021-12, which permits the applicant Prosperous Terra to develop and construct a 210 by 330 private use FIFA practice soccer field at this 43-acre project located off of Avenue 10 near Road 40. I asked that my letter of appeal dated October 19th and my previous letters to the Planning Commission and the Zoning Administrator be incorporated into the record. As explained in your staff report, this project had originally been proposed to be a very large soccer stadium with bleachers for about 5,000 people on the project site, with approximately with restaurants and other sort of ancillary activities associated with a soccer stadium. Back then in 2020, the Brickyard business owners came together to oppose that project because it would profoundly impact the surrounding neighborhood, with little to no study of those impacts at the time, all done through a zoning administrator permit. Now the project proponent has changed the application to just a practice field and indicated that they will be building the stadium in Clovis. So what is the problem? Well, I want to be very clear up front that the opponents don't oppose a soccer field at this location. It's really the way this has come about, and we are concerned about the future implications of the proponents and what they intend to do. And we think that there are solutions to address this to ensure that there could be a soccer field at that location. But there are very significant issues associated with this project, and they can be summarized in 3 buckets, which are explained in detail in our written appeal. The first is that the project is not consistent with the county zoning ordinance. The second, that it is not consistent with the county general plan. And the third, that the environmental analysis is inadequate and violates CEQA by, in part, piecemealing the project. You know, our appeal letter goes into great detail regarding those areas, and I would like to discuss some of them. The first issue is the zoning. The Brickyard Business Park has been in the area, which is zoned light industrial, for over 20 years. The subject property is also zoned light industrial. The findings of fact in your staff report acknowledge that the type of proposed use is actually not explicitly listed in the general commercial establishment definition in the zoning ordinance, except it authorizes other commercial uses and establishments which, by interpretation of the zoning administrator, are similar, pretty vague. But the findings of fact do not specify how exactly a soccer field is similar to the other commercial uses and establishments in the neighborhood. Our appeal goes into some detail to explain why a zoning permit is not authorized for this type of use. Rather, we believe that the property should be rezoned if it is the intent to put a more regional soccer complex in the area. The types of uses that can be approved by zoning permit are limited to construction trailers, accessory structures, and produce stands. Moreover, if you look at the 58 types of general commercial establishments listed in the code,
a practice soccer field really is nowhere to be found. It's just not in there. Our appeal goes into great detail explaining how and why the proposed project is inconsistent with the findings required under the county code and the general plan. And finally, and perhaps most significantly, we provided a map of the area surrounding the Brickyard. It's in Exhibit A of your packet, which describes the amount of light industrial area that's left within that area of Madera County. And the reality is it's the Brickyard and it's the subject 43-acre property, and that's it. Where will light industrial go? Will there have to be rezones for other uses to expand the applicant's project? A 40+ acre regional soccer complex, which we believe is the true intent of the applicant, would prevent area businesses from either coming to Madera or to expand in Madera for a light industrial use. And it will certainly change the character of the neighborhood and have impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. It is true that the applicant is only using a little more than 2 acres of this property for a soccer field and some lands for parking. But again, we believe this is the first step of more applications that will come before you to gradually, or maybe not so gradually, expand the property to a regional sporting soccer complex. Under this vision, there will be more soccer fields constructed and more crowds coming to those soccer fields. During the zoning administrator's hearing, the developer said as much. And even during the planning commission, Mr. Puschel, the advocate of the developer, indicated that they plan to be back. Mr. Puschel said, we have no precise plans, but we know that there are plans to expand the project. And this is the very definition of impermissible piecemealing under CEQA. It is also a way for the developer to shoehorn an expansion of their operations. How do they do that? When the next application comes before you, they will discuss their existing operations of the soccer practice facility, and then they will explain to you that the proposed use is very consistent with the current use of the single soccer field. It's in effect a bait and switch. And in fact, Mr. Puschel, when he was going into such great detail over how a soccer field would affect the nearby property valuations, all of the examples had to do with multiple soccer complexes for recreational uses, not what is proposed here today, because we ultimately think that is the initiative of the developer. But to be clear, the Brickyard business owners would be amenable to one soccer field if the rest of the parcel is going to be used for light industrial purposes. If you could extract a binding commitment from the developer to construct a light industrial park like the Brickyard, we would withdraw our appeal right here and right now. If not, we simply ask that you require the applicant to go through a process of rezoning the property, which would require a more rigorous environmental review and to be more forthcoming regarding their future plans of the property. Again, I'm here with Jason Myers and Howard Nestle. I'm happy to answer questions, or perhaps they might come and talk to you for a few minutes.
Any questions? Yeah, none.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jason Myers, located at 40488 Brickyard Drive. I am both several landowner, business owner, and board member on the Brickyard Association. I'm here representing both myself and the board today. I began buying property in 2019 in the Brickyard, and I now own 3 lots totaling 8.6 acres. We are currently in the middle of either developing or planning all of those properties to be developed to provide jobs to the local community and to house our headquarters operations. I want to first say that I don't disagree with the need for soccer in this town. I employ over 115 people right now. 75% of them are soccer fans. We host company indoor soccer teams. My kids play soccer. I think this area, the valley needs this more than anything. I just don't think this is the place for it. And I don't think that it's gone about it the right way. I agree with Mr. Frazier that if we're going to build soccer fields, they need to be open to the public. The communities need them. The kids need them. The places. I would love to host company parties there. I would love to coach our kids' soccer teams there. And that is needed. That definitely needs to get built. My concern is when I started investing in the Brickyard, I invested with the idea that Madera County was a great place to take our business. I've enjoyed greatly working with the building department. We've done a lot in a very short amount of time with their cooperation and support. And we plan to do a lot more. I also bought with the understanding that next door was another 43 acres of zoned industrial that hopefully someday would be available for expansion, or other businesses that we do business with would move into the area, which would obviously benefit our business and others as well. The discussion about what's in the current Brickyard as far as other recreational activities, I agree that those are there. And the difference is they are in industrial buildings that are built for industrial use that currently have tenants that are doing recreational activities. They're just tenants. They bring people to the area. They provide jobs at those locations. And they also bring people to the area that visit daily that most likely, with what's going on in Tesoro and Riverstone and these areas, want to live in this area. I take my kids to dance and all those things all the time. And all of those things are right by my place of work and my home because it makes life convenient. So those types of things bring people to this area. I've been very involved in Tesoroville. We built several of the buildings there. I've been involved in Riverstone with some of the designs of some of the buildings. I think what's going on here is phenomenal. In this area here, this is zoned for light industrial, things that bring tax revenues to the county. When a master plan, and I haven't done a master plan, but my understanding of a master plan is you design it so that a community will survive. It's got to have a certain amount of light industrial. It's got to have a certain amount of commercial. It's got to have a certain amount of housing. The issue here at stake is to take this piece of light industrial that's the only piece left. There's nothing else zoned. I've met with Tim Jones, who owns an abundance of land in that area, and tried to find something else that will be available in the future. There is no other land. So my question really to the board is, if you go forward and approve this with the idea that there's going to be soccer here, which soccer is wonderful. I don't disagree with that at all. What would be the proposed idea to replace this light industrial land that is so much needed? Why take industrial land that's already zoned for it, that is available, that is needed? There is no more land available in the Brickyard. There's nothing. Every piece is owned and under development at this stage. So where would light industrial go in this community if this space is taken, when instead of proposing a different use for industrial land that's needed, why would we not find another location for soccer that's more suitable and allow this to continue to be built as light industrial? So that is my request and point that I hope to make here today. Again, I think soccer is wonderful. I would be a supporter of it, both publicly and financially in the right place. But also, right now you have a zoned industrial area that's meant to bring tax revenue and jobs to the area. And putting this here is going to bring no jobs to the area. It brings no visitors to the area. It does nothing to support the actual intent of the master plan. It does support soccer, and I think that's wonderful. And I think we should all work together to get that done. But this is not the right approval. And as Ken has stated, we don't feel that it meets the codes for condition of approval as well. And hopefully you'll consider that in your decision. Thank you for your time.
Morning. Morning. I'm Howard Nestel. Family owns Elaine's Pet. We're a 33-year-old family owned and operated business. The Brickyard site's our second location. We were the first non-developer tenant in the park 20 years ago. Much like Jason, we moved out here with the understanding that we'd be part of the 80-acre light industrial area that would remain that, while the area developed. I think, the planners got it right. I mean, it's a great location for that. It's a nice segue between residential coming from the north and the Valley Children's Development to the south. We're responsible for bringing over 100 jobs to Madera. Probably more if we could expand, but like Jason said, there just simply isn't anywhere else that's light industrial in the area. I think, the there was talk about a solution. I think if this was a soccer field in an industrial park, I don't think we'd be here today. But there's probably a way to do that. But you know, removing virtually all the light industrial land in southeastern Madera County without, you know, changing something is tough. And like Ken said, I mean, we suspect that this will be a bigger project than is represented by the current applications, which isn't consistent with I think what the planners considered when they laid it out. So I too request that you'd vote to grant our appeal and deny this this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment for or against? Any online? Any discussion from the board members?
Yeah, so I've got quite a few things.
Go ahead.
But so I when we were looking for all these, because I have been looking at this for a few years.
Excuse, apologize, Supervisor. Is the public hearing still open or have you closed the
I'm
public?
sorry, I'm going to close the public hearing right now, so nobody else on the public can speak now. So.
Yeah. So this land was available to purchase for years. It was widely available. If it's so valuable to have it, is that why did the Brickyard Association not purchase the land to be able to develop on it, or were they able to make an offer? Or?
So it's an interesting question. And as I understand, Supervisor, the property was listed publicly for sale.
Yeah.
And purchased through a public, you know, your typical public property listing, that the current property owner acquired that. Don't believe it was through a private sale or anything like that. My understanding, but I could be incorrect on that.
Right now.
No, I was asking him. Yeah, I wanted
Okay.
an
Go ahead.
answer from him.
Yeah, sorry, if I can respond to the question. I specifically was not in business until 2016. As I said, we started buying here in 2019. I've actually made an offer to buy the property to Mr. Ruelas, a part of the property or all of the property, and would be happy to develop it. I can't answer why it wasn't bought before, but I'm standing in front of you as somebody that would develop it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. And I think when you look at a lot of these stadiums, soccer fields, you can't put them in commercial, right? The cost of the land and the is way too high. It can't go into residential. So that leaves you really with industrial and ag. Ag, the roads don't, we're not taking out ag to do that. The roads aren't consistent with that in terms of traffic. So you see them mainly in industrial areas. So I don't see how that's not consistent with what these use would be. I mean, even when you go up to AT&T Park, that was industrial, right? That's the only way that these can go in without gentrification and moving, you know, large communities out to be able to provide for the space that they require. So I don't see how it's even if it doesn't mention it specifically, it doesn't specifically exclude it, correct?
So yeah, Supervisor, if I can maybe try to address a couple main points that I think were brought up and spoken to. So in our Madera County Code, chapter 18.04.295 defines light industrial uses, which this property is zoned light industrial. And so it gives that definition of what is a light industrial use. It is very open-ended, right? It allows a multitude of uses, and it also allows for the zoning administrator to determine compatible uses not specifically listed within that definition, which is exactly what we're here on appeal for. because soccer fields aren't specifically called out. And so the zoning administrator made a determination that it is an appropriate use within that light industrial zone district. There's that aspect, and we've heard a lot about piecemealing and that this is really going to be a much larger project. I can tell you as staff, right, we are here. This is the application we have. We have not received any documentation or applications beyond what is before this body for consideration today.
Yeah, is a gymnastics facility specifically called out as an acceptable use in an industrial?
No.
Right, so the way I see it, this is a training facility, just like you would train in gymnastics without walls and a roof. That, I mean,
that is the determination that was made by myself sitting as a zoning administrator, that a soccer field is compatible and within the light industrial use. We have had discussions with neighboring property owners on rezones and general plan amendments for increasing light industrial development near and adjacent to this facility. So those discussions are ongoing. I can't, I'm not in a position to force a property owner to, come in with an application, but there is a number of industrial property throughout this county that is vacant, a large swaths of it. In this immediate vicinity within a mile, no. But
industrial land, not industrial buildings, because we have a very low vacancy rate in industrial buildings, and we need as much of that as possible. I don't disagree with that. I want to see as much industrial go in as possible, but so to address the piecemeal, because there would be a huge difference in terms of the consistency or saying that the use already shows that it's there. If the only way to say that is that every field you put in, only 30 people could come to it, correct? So if there was any additional, there would be a huge difference in use, just because it's even if it was to expand into more of a soccer facility, there would be, the only way to make that consistent would just say each soccer field gets 30 people to come to it, correct?
yes, but
So there would have to be a much larger study done for anything outside of that.
But again, what's before the Board of Supervisors on appeal is specifically what Ms. Bax had called out for in the project description, which is a single field, no more than 30 people on site, no amplified noise, no permanent lighting, a permanent restroom, no fans, no seating, no meals, no food, right? That is what is before the body, nothing in addition to that.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure we're focused on that. I guess, but expansion beyond that would not be in compliance with the conditions and would require a whole new analysis and a new project and a new
That is possible.
process.
And that is possible.
Anything is possible
Correct.
with your land if you bring forward a project. And in full disclosure, I had seen the designs or what the thought was for that. And unfortunately, once again, we're going to lose out to that to Clovis. That could have been right here for our kids. We had done a whole study about how to bring these soccer fields that we had a group go out and say, not just what we wanted, but what is the need in the area. It was soccer. It was going to cost 20 million, and then the ongoing cost, even though it was bringing in a lot of tax dollars and TOT and everything like that, but the ongoing cost to the county was going to be exorbitant. And then when you have a private industry that's going to come in and build it for you and run it, so that we don't have to, as the government, now have a new position that is, soccer tech 1 and 2 and fully loaded salaries, and try and figure out how to run soccer facilities. So, and I thought it was interesting too when Adam Smith got up, and it triggered in my mind the Scottish economist, the invisible hand, and allowing the free market to say what they're going to do with their land and what's the highest and best use. And the free market should be able to dictate that with little to minimal interruption from the government. And we have a private entity with their own land that wants to put in their money for a betterment to the community with that invisible hand. I just thought that was interesting when I heard the name Adam Smith. But we're losing out a full sports facility, and it saddens me. And I believe deeply that this is we're a soccer community, and we're an industrial community and an ag community. And I think we can all live together, even next door to each other. And I think this is a start to that. And with that, I'll move to deny the appeal.
As a planning director, Matt, do you think this is a good use for this, for a light industrial area?
I do. Yes, we recommended approval. We approved their request for the soccer field in a light industrial zone as consistent with that zoning definition of light industrial.
Well, we got a second? Your turn, Rob. Oh, okay. Our new system, you guys got to bear with us.
We're learning.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Portress.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
No.
Vote passes 4-1.
Okay, 7D.
7D, Public Works Department, Engineering Services Division, Road Impact Fee Program. Consideration of adoption of a 2022 road impact fee nexus study, introduction of the ordinance amending section 14.70.070 of chapter 14.70 of the Madera County Code relating to the road impact fee program. Waive the first reading and set the second reading for December 20th, 2022. Consideration to enact the updated road impact fees in phases as follows: 50% effective 60 days after adoption of the updated fees, 75% beginning January 1st, 2024, and 100% beginning January 1st, 2025.
Good morning, Chairman, members, I guess afternoon, sorry, good
Yeah, it is
afternoon,
afternoon. 5
Chairman,
minutes
members
left.
of the board, Jared Carter with Public Works. The item before you here today is related to our road impact fee program and an update to that program. I have a short presentation that I'm going to go through, and I believe you have copies, and I will turn it over to you for any questions. So just a quick history on our road impact fee. It was initially adopted in 1995 by way of ordinance. It's found in chapter 14.7 of our county code. The impact fee program was adopted under authority of both the California Constitution and the government code related to the Mitigation Fee Act. Previously, we've had updates to the program in 2009 and then a minor update in 2014, which adjusted the project list and also slightly adjusted the fees. And we initiated an update in 2018 and working on updating the program, which was put on hold due to traffic modeling that was being undertaken by our Transportation Commission. And then, of course, we had impacts of COVID that affected a lot of that stuff. So thankfully, they were able to complete that and adopt that program in updated model in 2022. So one thing important to point out is our impact fee program is essentially broken into two categories. We have State Route 41 projects that are included in the program.
specific to projects and expansion on 41 related to development impacts. And you can see a list of the projects here. There's about 9 projects that are identified. I would point out that list also includes the project that we're currently in process of designing to get out to construction. And then the other portion of the program is related to other county roads throughout the region. And again, you can see the project list here that includes various routes, primary routes, including like Avenue 9, Avenue 12, some of the stuff in the southeast Madera County, as well as the mountain areas. So the proposed update impact fee, we've worked with VRPA, our consultant, to do the analysis on impacts of development on these routes. And if you look at the table on slide 6, the proposed impact fees there, and I know that's hard to read because it's really small, I apologize, but gives you a sense of what our impact fees are going to look like moving forward if adopted. Primarily, single family dwelling is the one that most people are interested in. So you can see there's 3 different regions in our fee program: the Valley region, the Southeast Madera County region, and then the foothill or the mountain area, which is essentially north of 145. As mentioned in the staff report and the recommended items for you, we've looked at proposed phase-in of the fees over the next 3 years. And so the chart there you can see essentially represents the phasing of the fees, which would include beginning January 1st, 2023, 50% of the new fee if adopted. And then again, in January 1st, 2024, it would go to 75%. And then the full fee would go into effect January 1st, 2025. So here's just kind of a history of the fees for the 3 different regions from 2009. And then we've broken up the new fee and the increase over the 3-year period of 2023, 24, and 25 there. So that just represents what it would look like over the next 3 years if the phase-in of the fees is adopted. So with that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. And frankly, I'm confused. And I'll tell you what's confusing about this is, all the time, whether it's in this meeting or MCTC, I constantly hear from a certain community-based organization that is not headquartered here that we're not, or the Southeast Madera Development is not paying their way, and we're subsidizing. We're putting all our resources in that area. So when I see this chart that Southeast Madera over the last 13 years has been paying roughly twice as much as, say, the Valley in road impact fees, I don't know, it doesn't jive very well. I mean, who's right? We've got these numbers, and yet we're hearing all the time that we're subsidizing and not paying development. So this is really confusing, tongue in cheek.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you did, this is a clear statement by the board historically too, right? Not just today in looking at increasing these fees, but that new development pays its way. And yes, the South 145 corridor, what many consider to be and is truly our kind of new growth area, has paid the majority of road impact fees, capital facility fees, which again, this board just fully implemented that study that goes into effect. So you see a significant increase into this fee program. We have met with the Building Industry Association and those projects on this and worked through a number of these things. This has a number of projects, and one key aspect that we didn't touch on just yet that I want to call out for is this fee program does assume approximately $150–200 million of funding coming from another source other than this fee, such as whether it's going to be federal or state grants or Measure T. So this took those Measure T projects in the regional plan right. And unlike many jurisdictions, this county has said that new development's going to fund its own way, right? So our fee program funds 80 to 90% of these project costs, and that other 10 to 20% is allocated to that, right? If for some point into the future, Measure T, right, sunsets in 2027, if it isn't right, we're going to be back before this board seeing how to address a $200 million shortfall. But as you can see, and I can tell you, and it is what it is, this fee program will be some of the highest road impact fees paid in the valley. And that is indicative of the development and the need for expanded roadways. As Jared talked about this fee program, because as we all know, transportation projects take years and decades to get funded and to clear environmentally. And it includes a freeway expansion. It includes a full-blown interchange at 12, 15, and a freeway through those facilities, which takes decades long to garner those funds to build a $500 million facility out there. Yes, this is a clear indication, and to date, the development community is I don't think we're going to see from them supporting this, but they understand the need. It has not been updated. We have not seen a significant update since 2009, as Jared's presentation did. So this does include a few other projects that aren't currently in the fee program. One of note for Eastern Madera County is emergency evacuation routes and funding being provided through new development to fund some of those emergency evac routes up there, as well as improvements along the 41 corridor. So you see an increase, a significant increase in the north of 145 zone or Eastern Madera County, because those are new road networks that would be funded by new development. So,
well, I just think this is important data to have all the time. So when we hear these ridiculous claims, we can pull this data out and show, what's being done. And in this case, the valley floor, which would include, everything, say, west of the tracks, are paying about half of what this other area is paying.
Right.
And it's been since the last 13 years. It's not like yesterday or 2 years ago or 5 years ago. It's been the last 13 years. So, I just kind of get tired of misinformation, and maybe it's because it's getting close to lunchtime, but I, just want to bring this up, and I'm going to consistently and constantly bring this up whenever I hear again these ridiculous claims. And we heard those same ridiculous claims during Measure T, but that's another matter.
Thank you, Rob. And-
Thank you.
And Jared, when a lot of people complained about Measure T being forever taxed. So when does our roads quit being needed to repair?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Ever?
When do they quit needing repaired?
Yeah, I mean, they
Uh,
said forever taxes.
They're vacated.
When we start not traveling on roads.
When we start flying, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well-
basically never. I mean,
Exactly.
I know in one of the Back to the Future movies, I think it was 2015, we were going to be flying cars, but obviously we were past that. So, yeah, I mean, the answer is, we will forever be maintaining this infrastructure one way or another.
This is a prime example how we move forward to keep getting the funding to do that, because right now, one of our big problems is that we got electric cars and we got fuel efficient cars, and it takes away our regular gas tax that's been funding these projects. Whether they're in the poor people or up there in the mountains or down here in the valley, our developments that we have approved since I've been under 16 years have always had to pay their own way. We have never let any of them not pay their way. And with the growth that they're doing, that extra dollar shows right here, like Rob said, it's helping our roads up in the foothills too, And so any of the low income areas, they never mentioned North Fork, because think about it's all down here, but low income as there is. And
I think I'm going to go back to something that I actually learned from my colleague Supervisor Poitras, probably 11 or 12 years ago on the city council. I remember, I was reading through these things. I understood where they went, but I remember him specifically calling out and saying, this is an impact fee program, right? And he broke that down. I just thought it was just another, name, but he said this is the impact that is being created by development or by the growth. And so there is an impact because if there's more people, there's going to be more people traveling on the roads, or there's going to be more impact on our water systems. I think there was water at that point in time when you were bringing it up. And that's why you have to pay them. That's why the fee is there, because it was talking about getting rid of the fees altogether. But you don't get rid of the impact, right? So if this is what the impact is to our roads, to those that have been paying in their property taxes for years and years, and there's a new impact to it, that should be addressed through that. And that's why we have a road impact fee program, a general services impact fee, all those different things. There's a new impact to the general fund that needs to be paid by the new impact. And so thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you for teaching me that 11 years ago. So I just wanted to throw that out. And
thank you.
Betty?
Just for clarification, Jared, does this on these new buildings, does that include like condos, townhomes? What does that include? Is that included in it?
Yeah, Supervisor, there's a lot of different fees in the program. If you look at I think table 7, or sorry, slide 7, it does give the different uses. So you have, single family dwelling being the most common that we see. But yeah, you have mobile home park, you have multifamily dwelling, general industrial, all the different types of uses.
Okay, just thank you.
One clarification as well, right? To the extent that a use isn't specifically listed in here, the ordinance does provide that the Public Works Director or Chief of Development Services, right, allocates that to the most in-kind use there. So in the example, we have a single family detached per unit, right? I do anticipate that we're going to have single family attached townhome units. And so that would be addressed through that process.
Okay, any more questions, guys? Okay, I'm going to open up this public hearing. Any of the public have anything to come up and say about the new road impact fees, 7D? Yeah,
We have one online. Go ahead, Dan.
I think you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. As I understand
Your
it,
name?
the
What's
name
your
is
name?
Dan. Yeah, sorry, Dan Matz Oakhurst. As I understand it, this proposal is to raise the road impact fees on various construction projects. I don't know if small additions to homes are included in the impact fee or if they are exempt. If not, I would like to ask that small add-ons be exempt from the road impact fee, and that there could be some parameter like 300 square foot addition or 20% of the existing square footage. And the logic is that small additions do not increase road traffic, and therefore should not have to pay a road impact fee. So can somebody tell me where we are on that?
Those do not receive an impact fee. Additions like that, the only time it would happen, and Matt can correct me on this, but the only time that would happen is if you added a residence to the parcel
with a full kitchen,
with
right?
a full kitchen, a full residence to the parcel.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, if we can maybe take in any and all public comment, and then, yeah, we're absolutely, staff will be ready to respond
Okay.
to the question there. So.
You got any other questions, Dan?
No, that's it.
Any other public comment? Any more online, I mean? Yeah, none. I'm going to close the public hearing now, bring it back to the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, in short, to answer Mr. Metz's question, this does not deal with remodels or expansions unless, as Supervisor Rogers and Frazier had put, we have a new single-family residence that's being constructed, or they're remodeling and adding, such that you have two homes on that. And I would say that state legislation has exempted certain accessory dwelling units that do not pay any impact fees if they are less than 750 square foot. So if you build a 750 square foot or 45 square foot accessory dwelling unit, you do not pay this fee or our development, our capital improvement fee as well. So I hope that answers the question, but
Building
yes, this
permit
is
fee,
not
Dave.
for somebody wanting to add a deck or expand their home by 800
two
square
bedrooms?
feet.
How about 2 bedrooms added on?
Nope,
Doesn't matter.
No.
would not require any payment of the impact fee for a bedroom addition.
Any other question on the board? Okay, what's your pleasure?
I move to waive the first reading and set the second reading for December 20th, 2022.
I'll second.
And Chair, just for clarification, is there also, as part of the motion, to adopt the road impact fee nexus study, which is listed as number 1 on the agenda?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the whole,
I'll
yeah,
second.
1, 2, and 3.
the whole kit and caboodle.
Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler,
Yes.
vote passes 5-0.
Break for lunch, come back at 1:30.
And do you want to say that? 6L. Just say we'll be taking 6L first.
Mike, We are ready. Mics are on.
Chair, it doesn't look like there are members of the public here for the in-home social services meeting and allow you to start your meeting after the Board of Supervisors meeting so you can continue your Board of Supervisors meeting, correct?
Perfect. All there in the wild outside web world, the IHSS meeting will be when we get done with our regular board meeting. Okay, so are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay, we're going to start with 6L.
6L, Board of Directors, Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Water and Natural Resources Department, Voluntary Land Repurposing Program. Discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution of the Board of Directors of the County of Madera Groundwater Sustainability Agency for Delta Mendota Subbasin, adopting the Voluntary Land Repurposing Program and the program rules. Discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution of the Board of Directors of the County of Madera Groundwater Sustainability Agency for the Madera Subbasin, adopting the Voluntary Land Repurposing Program and program rules.
Regina, would you give us explanation on that?
Yes, Chair and members of the board, to address a public comment earlier in the day, there was questions about whether this particular item was a groundwater sustainability agency update. And as a courtesy, the Board of Supervisors has tried to put these at 10:30, a timed item, not a public hearing, but a timed item to be considerate of the farmers and ranchers and dairy folks and everyone interested in groundwater sustainability agency matters. However, this is not directly an update, which is likely why it wasn't under 10:30. However, also on our agendas at the very front page, we include a notice that says the Board of Supervisors meet simultaneously as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of Dependent Special Districts, Board of Directors of County Groundwater Sustainability Agencies, and Public Financing Authority, and other bodies that you sit as. And we also, in bold capital, try to further notice the public that you're sitting often as a Board of Directors for these GSAs, which is on this agenda. And so I would just like to say to the board that there are no Brown Act violations that I see in terms of the way that we have agendized this item. And just respond to that public comment, but I know also that staff has considered it and wants to make a recommendation nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning.
Thank you, County Council.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Stephanie Agneson, Director of Water and Natural Resources. I have a short presentation for you to consider. It reviews the background and parts for voluntary land repurposing. I am going to suggest that it comes back to you next week. We have some additional comments that we've received recently, and I'll walk you through what that looks like and track changes so you and the public are fully informed. I'm ready to start sharing the screen, please. Great. This is a short 8-slide presentation. We'll review the background, outreach and stakeholder input, draft rules and feedback, and next steps. So we do have a little bit of a name change. I know we've talked about this as SALC, Sustainable Agricultural Land Conservation, and that was in fact a grant that funded a lot of the initial planning work for this. Currently, we're calling it voluntary land repurposing. It was funded with the Prop 218 fee in the Madera and Delta Mendota subbasins, not in Chowchilla. It's temporarily has an injunction. So what does voluntary land repurposing look like? It is, of course, voluntary. These are people who are choosing to enroll lands in the program, and the GSA and the landowner enter into an agreement or contract. It's temporary. The rate study used 1 year as the timeline for contracts. We heard a lot of feedback during our workshop process that people were interested in something closer to 3 to 5 year, but then we also had people still interested in 1 year. So we have a timeline for a 1 to 5 year contract. It's competitive, meaning you are going to, in a reverse auction, come up with a bid, and then we will rank your bids. In the standard form of a reverse auction, you rank the bids from lowest to highest. You look at the budget as well as some economic analysis on what a fair price would be. And then people who have acceptable bids would get paid and enter into that contract. There is an alternative version. We've called this the modified reverse auction, where people, they make their best bid. We review the bids. We rank them from lowest to highest, and then everyone gets the highest acceptable bid. So we have not chosen that as the format because I think it spends more money. It is not as fiscally responsible as using the traditional format for bidding. So lastly, in land repurposing, the people who are not participating in the program but have irrigated acres then would get additional water that is added back to their allocation. So you're essentially leasing transitional yield and sustainable yield from people who do not want to farm, and that water is reallocated over the currently irrigated acres within the appropriate GSA and subbasin. So that's kind of how it works. Here's an outline of outreach that we did. So this stretches back to 2020, and you'll remember Duncan from ERA Economics has worked with us to develop this under the SALC program. So we have had a number of meetings about this, as well as 3 in 2021 and 2 in the last quarter. We did a survey to gather feedback on the program. And then the last time we met, and we're getting kind of in the 40 to 50 people in these meetings, we did an interactive bidding exercise where Duncan walked people through how they would develop a bid. This is a new process for some, and so it takes a little bit of practice.
Real quick, Stephanie, is that in this edition that you gave us, that information?
I'm going to go through that next. And the interactive bidding exercise is not there. We did that in a workshop.
Okay, well, public can have these. We got extra ones. Where
There are 20 of those up there,
guys wanna
at
get
least.
some of these? Thank you.
So we've also done some announcements in our e-newsletter, and we've put the rules on our website, both the draft rules that were in the packet, and then there's ones with those additions that I've gathered from comments over the last week. And that's what Supervisor Wheeler is referring to. Those are over on the corner of the dais. So we do have an interest form. We have kind of in the range of 30 to 40 folks who've expressed interest. If you think about that in terms of acres retired, if it's 40 people and it's 10 acres each they're retiring, well, that's not so much. But if it's 100 acres, that's a pretty significant amount. So there is demand for this program. We've also had a lot of people calling in the last week or so. I will walk you through the Word document that you have to go over these pieces, but briefly, in terms of eligibility, what an eligible parcel is a parcel that's in an enrolled acre. So you need to be already in a farm unit. The application process I outlined, that's where you develop a bid. There's economic analysis and a budget to see whether the bid is acceptable. That's the selection process. In terms of land management, you would need to follow existing rules for dust mitigation as well as weeds. We will conduct in-person monitoring, meaning we will drive by, look at the parcel, see if it looks irrigated or not, as well as use satellite measurement. The payment terms we've outlined are for 2 payments, one in the spring and one later in the year. Termination, of course, with any contract, if you don't fulfill the terms of it, it would be terminated. In terms of allocation of the program water, I talked through that. Water is reallocated. So this is paying people, essentially leasing their water and then reallocating it to the existing irrigated acres within the county GSA. So full version is in the board packet and on the county website. And then there's also on the county, MadareCountyWater.com, there's a version with a few track changes. Let me summarize the feedback that we've received. We've had several people comment on the requirement that you had to take a full field out. We have something that's called a parcel field. It's through a DWR and Land IQ mapping, and it has mapped the fields as of 2018. I think that's the most recent publicly available layer. So we have in the track changes version modified this so that you could enroll a partial parcel field. We've added a minimum acreage of 10 acres. So anything less than that, you would need to manage by taking out, and you would still have that water in your allocation. But if you wanted to enter into this program, you would need to have something over 10 acres. You need to render the trees or vines unable to use water, which means pulling them out. It doesn't necessarily mean removing and grinding them in their entirety. But we received a lot of feedback on that. The original version had the trees removed in their entirety. We've received feedback on the standard versus modified reverse auction. So the standard auction, everybody submits a bid, all acceptable bids are accepted. The modified version, everybody is getting the highest acceptable bid. So that version would cost more. In terms of enrolled acres, they do still pay the fee. You are still within the GSA if you're in this program. So you need to account for the fee within whatever your bid is. And we went through that in a bid exercise. And then the dust and weed management, we've received a lot of feedback on this. We're not asking for a layer over and above what exists. So we're asking people to follow existing rules for dust and weeds. Okay, this is an older slide because it was before the preliminary injunction, but this gives you a sense of how it could roll out. In terms of pending approval, we would open applications. It would be open for 4 to 6 weeks. Then the bids would be ranked. We would do economic analysis to make sure we're paying a fair price. And then we would execute agreements with people, and in March, they would receive the first payment, and then November for the second payment. So that's how it all looks. I can pause for a minute and then look at the Word version with you so you see what changes were made more recently. Any questions?
You guys just, Dave?
Yeah, is it possible that an individual enrolling in this program could they can still use, the land is still usable, but not concerning water. So they could do something else economically with the land while this is going on as well, and not only receive the payments for repurposing, but the benefits of whatever they repurpose to as well.
Yes.
Okay. So potentially, as an example, if a person wanted to remove trees and have solar installed as an example and receive payments from that, that would be one operation that doesn't use water that would be significant repurposing.
Yes, that would be allowed under this program. Of course, solar and the Williamson Act, I don't think are compatible, so it might depend on whether they were in the Williamson Act.
True. But that concept would also be limited because we would not allow, say, like development for residential purposes for, say a small subdivision or what have you.
Then it wouldn't be within, it would no longer be
It
an
would no longer
enrolled
be- yeah.
acreage, right? It'd be. de
That's
minimis
right.
use.
This is really, you have to be in the farm unit.
Right. So it'd be limited to whatever would be compatible with the farm unit.
Right.
Yes, and this really isn't changing land use. This is an agricultural resting of land.
Right.
Duncan, do you want to say anything in response to that or anything that I've missed? Duncan is on Zoom.
Mr. Chairman, after Duncan has talks, I just have a question.
Gotcha.
Thanks. I just had the host had to let me unmute. No, I think you covered it, Stephanie. That's a good question, and in fact, a program like this, could be layered with other activities on the land that provide a return to the landowner, so long as those activities are in line with the rules of the program, which primarily is to not be irrigating that land.
Can I expand on that question just a little
Real
bit?
quick. Yeah.
If you utilized, let's say, for agricultural purposes, if you utilize a part of, there's multiple activities in agriculture like processing and things like that might be done without the use of water. Would that be included in that as well? Or does that?
I think as long as that is still within a farm unit
Yeah.
and they're paying the fee, yeah.
Yeah, processing, maybe storage of equipment, maybe where they might repair their equipment or any number of things. I can't even think of all the possibilities right now, but there's a lot of them.
And just to piggyback on Duncan's comment, we really pictured this as a program you could layer incentives with. So this is kind of the base layer, but we have been involved in a number of different activities at the federal and state level to bring more money to land repurposing, particularly in Madera County. One effort that is beginning is DWR's Land Flex, which is $25 million in block grants. We are ideally positioned to get some of that funds. Depending on what the final rules are, the draft rules are out there now. It requires that you're on an allocation and it requires that you use satellite measurement for tracking of water of consumptive use. So there's the possibility for lots of funding for this and potentially layering of funding.
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the way it sounds, there's really not an overall reduction of water use. It's more of, say retiring or temporarily retiring some land, and then that allocation goes to another farm or ranch or something, but it really does nothing to continue or completely eliminate the use of that water, period. I mean, it just gets transferred some other place.
That's right. It takes folks who would like not to farm, and it takes that water and reallocates it. The harder work of demand reduction is done with the allocation. And Duncan has had a number of conversations with stakeholders about this, so might have a more nuanced answer than that. Duncan, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. And can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think again you covered it. We need to remember that the GSP and then the allocation that's been adopted and it's currently being implemented handles the demand management or the demand reduction that's necessary to achieve sustainability. So this program is working within that. So it's an additional layer of flexibility that's afforded to the landowners. It's an additional way to help lower the costs of achieving that demand management, but it is not accelerating or increasing the demand management over and above what needs to occur to achieve sustainability.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, is there a set time limit that ground could be enrolled, or could they just keep re-upping it, or would they have to just re-auction again in 5 years?
So the GSP looked at a program like this that ran the full 20 years. So if you had a 1-year contract, you could presumably enter the auction the next year. If you had a 5-year contract, you could enter it in 5 years again.
Okay. And if someone chose, like if they were going to put a solar farm on it, and we're never going to, it's pretty hard to take out a solar field, if they chose to, could they sell a permanent conservation easement?
I think it would depend on the easement.
Each conservation.
Yeah, and the only reason I asked if like for a permanent, because at some point, if there were enough that wanted to sell it and be done with it, take that money, have it for whatever uses they could figure out, then we wouldn't have to have an ongoing fee to pay for it year after year after year. And so that would be a way to ultimately bring down those fees after we got to some kind of sustainability with permanent conservation easements purchased.
So as part of the SALT grant, Jeannie and I did an interview we interviewed a bunch of different conservancy groups to see what their requirements were. And my understanding from most of them was that they were not interested in area that was essentially white area, because they were looking for more than one water source. So I think there's the potential that someone finds easements, but it certainly wasn't going on when we did those interviews a couple of years ago.
You say that?
So the groups that were interested in buying easements.
I'm talking about if because we would be an interested group in buying that easement for
County?
Yeah, the county would be that group basically with this. So, but again, so that down the road, if we were able to buy out a certain number of those from willing sellers, not forced, or and we're able to buy that out permanently, then the fee that we're charging, because a large portion of it goes to the land repurposing program, that portion of the fee could come away, and it might be a way for farmers to that are in the area to know that that fee is not going to be forever, right? There's a portion of it that is going to come off, a large portion of it, and then create that sustainability and it not just be based on what level of interest there is in that year. Because in some years, when the commodity prices are down, this is a great program. When commodity prices are up, you may not have anyone who wants to get into it.
I think so. I think I misunderstood your question, but what it points to is that this is a pretty dynamic landscape, right? In terms of what the rules would be, or whether the county could actually buy an easement. Certainly the costs and the rate study were on the 1-year term, but it's possible to look at it in a bunch of different ways. I'm not sure. I think the easements, the way you're describing, might be more expensive.
Oh, I would imagine so. If someone's giving up, it would basically be like buying a permanent mineral right or water right. It would be much more expensive on the front end, but in the long term, it takes away an ongoing cost that we would pay in perpetuity.
And there was a lot more interest in longer term easements in the last year than there was previously. So it's like a kind of a growing edge in the GSA.
Again, and that is going to change based on commodity price and economy. And so, but what won't is if there's a permanent easement, if someone wanted to sell that right of their own free will. And so I was just throwing that out there as a way to lower the ongoing costs down the road.
Dave?
Yeah, in addition to that, that's a great comment. And in addition to that, it is something you could count on in reduction as being permanent. The other way, it seems to me we're going to be flexing in and out of as far as the repurposing, we're going to be flexing in and out of solving the problem, not solving the problem, not solving the problem, not solving the problem. But it's kind of be something you can't really count on to do what our target thing is in the long run. Maybe it's going to be sporadic and temporary at best.
Well, I think this program will add water back into the system,
Well,
and
yeah.
you're right.
Yeah,
It
no
would,
doubt about
it could change year to year, and,
Yeah.
and that might be dependent on commodity prices. So
Definitely will.
one strategy would be to lock in those longer term contracts and look at those. But we certainly heard from people who were interested in the 1 or 2 year as well.
And I think when I use the term mitigation bank back in I think it was 2013, I think my brain had this concept of pulling land permanently out of production, some that, and I could see that there are areas where less prime agricultural land would definitely be candidates for that some people would see, yeah, my land doesn't produce what so-and-so's land over here does, and it's harder for me to get there. I could see pulling my land out on a permanent basis and putting that water into the pot permanently.
Yes.
Brett. We also need land for projects, even on-farm recharge. Would this allow, if there was a piece of property that was on the market for sale for the GSA to purchase that property with the intent, knowing that it would not be farmed? It also obviously wouldn't have the fees
Farming-based
associated
income.
with it, but I mean, that's one way to purchase, right? Is that something that's available? Can the agency own land?
That certainly wasn't included in the rate study that way.
You said it wasn't?
Was not.
Okay.
Purchasing land was not included. It was modeled with 1 year lease agreements.
Can the GSA own land?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the Prop 218 effort on the rate included a number of different projects. This was one of the projects, and we could look at other ways of using the funds if and when they became available. But certainly what we've talked about all along are these leasing of lands and getting the land out of production. Shall I go through the Word document?
Is it okay? Okay, thank you.
So if we could share my screen again, Madam Chairman of the Board. Sorry, Madam Clerk of the Board.
Yeah. And these are up there available if anybody wants to get one.
Okay, so this is a Word document. We're showing you the track changes, which is of course that somewhat annoying thing where everything you change is noted. All right, so scrolling down, we updated the table of contents. Nothing there that's really worth notable. We added the word eligible before enrolled acre. We deleted a little bit of background on the county just to make it read a little bit better. Section 4. We noted that the program was funded by landowners as well. Right before section 5, we have changed the word forfeit throughout to give up. I think they mean the same, but as you know, words are sensitive. Section 5. We've noted that the Chowchilla Subbasin doesn't have a program and that there were no supporting funds for that. We've added in right before 5.1 the possibility for a grower feedback group. We did this informally, but I think a group that met every year and looked at the rules to give feedback and discussed how it had either worked for them or what changes might be made would be a useful addition to the program. Section 5.1, we have set up this minimum acreage of 10 acres, but we have allowed for a partial parcel field. Section 5.3, we added some notes about how the program is basically managed separately by subbasin. Just to make that really clear, there were separate rate studies, the funds go into separate pots. Okay, and then in 5.4 management requirements, we just made it really clear that what's essentially happening is the participant is giving up their sustainable yield and transition water. Oh no, the echo.
We're good.
Was
Okay.
that interesting?
It was the same meeting. Yeah.
It was the same meeting, but there's something weird about hearing yourself echo, right? We added under limited permitted uses, we changed cattle to livestock so that sheep are included. Verification, we've added those notes that I talked about dust management and weed abatement, that there are existing agencies that do that work and we're not trying to do that work for them. We just want you to follow existing rules. I think that's pretty much it. We did in attachment A have a schedule for this year, which was modified. So we deleted the schedule for this year because of the temporary injunction, but we do have a schedule for years moving ahead. So it would open the application period in October. Then there would be selection in November and December. And then our water year currently begins in the calendar year at January 1. First payment in March and then second payment in November. So those are relatively minor changes, but I would propose bringing this to next month's meeting because some people may care deeply about those changes, and that way the version with track changes could go in the packet. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions. And then of course we have ERA and Duncan and Rochelle and Steve from ERA on the line.
So you're talking about the 20th?
Yes, sir.
Yes, next week. So
I think it's next week, I think, because you said next month, but I think you meant next.
I'm sorry, next week.
No, you
yeah.
said next week, but I think Stephanie said next month.
Okay, I meant next week. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've rounded up
I was thinking.
over to the next year.
Yeah, okay.
Would it be possible to see some changes made to the idea that to bring more an approach to a long-term permanent as well as permanent, long-term and as well as permanent situation that would be mitigated?
I think you could certainly extend the lease period to from 5 to 10 years.
And I think even explore the possibility. I think we need to look at all things. And of course, things can morph over time in these, as far as these rules go. They're set for a period of time, probably for 5 years, and they can be added to or subtracted from at any time. And with the exception that a person that's entered the program is going to expect that the rules that they entered under will remain the same. And then that's the way it should be. I think contractually you'd have to be subject to the rules that they entered into. But I think looking at the possibility of even purchasing land that would be on the open market. If we see land that is being advertised publicly, fair market value, that kind of thing. We don't want to get too much involved in that on a large scale, because I think that could influence the market itself and would be a dangerous precedent to have happen. But if we saw something that was available for groundwater recharge and entered into negotiations on something like that, that would benefit every user in the scenario, that's something we might ought to consider as well. And that land would be taken out of production for the purpose of groundwater recharge.
Yes, and the rate study did include costs for purchasing for, I think, 3 to 5 dedicated basins per subbasin. Though the most cost-effective way to do recharge by far is on farm, which is why the rate study included that as the majority of the work.
Right. Especially if we see something contiguous to a tributary or a place where we might have access to 215 water. That would be imperative to have and I know there are places like that.
I think we maybe shouldn't talk about what the specific characteristics of the land we would like to purchase would be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Just
they
to
are
be
going to
in
know,
the basin,
but
Okay,
Could,
yeah, go ahead.
could land be dedicated in lieu of fees?
Could it be dedicated, meaning
Or either
Removed out of production.
removed out of production, given to the GSA in lieu of fees with a price at market value?
I think we could work on a program for that, but this definitely isn't that. But we would also need to come up with a rule for people to opt out essentially of the GSA, where they are giving up access to transition water and sustainable yield in exchange for something on their title that says they're out.
Yeah, what I'm guessing is that there would be, in a large farm unit that could still sustainably farm a portion of that, and then maybe had some land that wasn't as easy to do if it worked for them. I just didn't know if that would be instead of having to come up with actual
that makes perfect
money,
sense.
but being able to utilize other assets on their balance sheet.
Yeah, another thing I've heard people doing is joining farm units in order to share water with the allocation in that situation. So that might make sense too, or leasing the land to someone to put in their farm unit.
Mhm.
Any more questions? Okay, any public comments on this item? Norm?
Good afternoon, Norman Allender, Fagundes Dairy. Just wanted to bring up a point relative to land use and the discussion of permanent easements. Be careful. You have successfully kept these so-called mitigation programs out of your community, right? Which is American Farmland Trust, California, San Joaquin Farmland Trust, which some communities are now tied up over this. That says when you develop when you develop a city or a new community, you're either taking away open space or farmland. It's just that simple, right? And if you put permanent easements in place, because a lot of this county used to have a position that ag can be done anywhere. It's called a holding zone. And you have a lot of industrial property in that. We have property that is residential in the white areas. And if you were to put a permanent easement on there, then you couldn't do these ag easements from these farmland trusts. You couldn't put housing. You have property that's zoned for housing. So I would be very careful of introducing this, because like everything else, follow the money. And again, I have a strong opinion about how this works. It isn't mitigation. And this county for years let people plant orchards on property that wasn't zoned ag. So I'd be very careful to say it has to be planned and zoned ag before you do it. I agree, longer term is better, but permanent takes away your land use control. Permanent is permanent. And if they put it in the middle of Fairmead, which you have land zoned for residential that's growing in Fairmead. Now you can't build houses there. And the Ranchos is the same way. I can name out by Three Boys is the same way. And so these areas of that, make sure they are truly zoned and planned ag, because you take away your land use control, it could affect your housing stock, affect your housing element and those things. I've never been a fan. I don't think it's a surprise. I'm not shy about saying these programs are not good, and they don't preserve ag, by the way, and they don't help with the housing problem. So I like the longer term, and I love this program, and one of the reasons why I'm here, but be careful of permanent easements, because they're trying to get the foot in the door of these folks, because they think that some people think that this is actual mitigation, and it isn't. Yeah, thank you. And good presentation by Stephanie, by the way. Thank you.
Elaborate on when you say these programs, you're talking about specific conservation or
Conservation easements, any kind of permanent easement is just that, permanent, right?
Okay.
But a lot of communities push and guarantee in their general plans, and people have come to your staff over the last 10 or 15 years, it says, you now have to have a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 mitigation program for Rio Mesa, and those things, right? And this community has rejected that notion, as has your friends across the street and in Chowchilla, right? Some other jurisdictions I can tell you about agreed to that and are being held to it and have had themselves shut down over development. So be judicious on this, right? On what it is, because having interest in both agriculture and development, it's important, right? I'm not saying these aren't good. In fact, you guys have good ideas. I like the way Stephanie's approaching this. I like 10 years as well, but making it permanent takes away any control in the future. I
so
just
it
think
should
about
have
that.
a sunset.
I agree. It should have some form of sunset. Yes.
Thank you.
Conservation easement should every 900 years. Good afternoon.
Norm's used to turning off the mic. I think you just gotta hit the.
Off.
Is the
It's
light
off right
on?
now. Just
Green
turn it
light's on.
There you go.
Everybody, I'm Ryan Jones. For those that don't know me, I'm a farmer here in Madera, and I'm also a active member with the Water Coalition. And I think I want to start by stating that I'm hoping that the community and the Board of Supervisors is beginning to realize that the California United Water Coalition's goal is to fix the problems in this community, and do it in a manner that doesn't have a severe financial or social impact on this community. And I think every time I get up, I'm probably going to repeat that, but I want everybody to realize that the California United Water Coalition's goal is to actually fix the problems. Now, with regards to the land repurposing, until I think the farm community receives some numbers, and I may be speaking just as a farmer, not as an investor, but I think it would play a role with all of them. The numbers I've heard were $600 an acre for land repurposing. If that is the number, that's not a workable program, because our farms, just the land payment and the taxes are greater than $600 an acre. When you take into account the potential impact of the Prop 218, you take into the impact of your ranch acreage is shrinking, which means your per acre overhead is only going to grow. And then this dust and weed, mitigation and stuff like that. Dust control, weed mitigation, you're talking $300 or $400 an acre annually just for that part of it. So as we move forward with a plan to, navigate through this overdraft issue and these things that are occurring, the numbers that I have heard so far are not a workable number. We can't, as farmers, enter into a program that costs us thousands and thousands of dollars a year. It's got to be the other way around. We can't do this as the farm community. And I think anybody here in the community would say or agree that if this type of a program was being implemented, let's say on the tractor businesses or the hardware stores or the irrigation companies, this same style of a program was being implemented on them, where they were asked to, shut down a portion of their business and be trickled just a little bit of money, that would ultimately cost thousands and thousands of dollars to these businesses throughout this community, there would be a roar of rage against something like that. So as we move forward, why single out the farmers in a plan to do this? It's not something, it's not feasible at this time. The amount of numbers involved have got to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Good afternoon, Mike Alamari. First and foremost, thank you, Board of Supervisors. It's been a long year. I know Mr. Frazier, Mr. Wheeler. I thought this was your guys' last meeting, but
No, we got a couple more.
one more. Okay. Best of luck to you guys on your new endeavors. Mr. Frazier, I think when you started, you had hair. Now you don't.
Yeah.
But I'll,
Me, I was
Mr. Rogers the same way. But I'll be quite frank and maybe kind of address the elephant in the room, or maybe one of the things that was discussed in the closed session. But as a business owner, and probably more importantly, as a resident of Madera County, what's occurred in the past 6 months has been extremely disheartening to see. I mean, we've seen farmers versus the county, the irrigation district versus the GSA, the irrigation district for the white area, the Chowchilla group. It seems like there's just conflict left and right. And especially me being in business with, members of the ag community, there's no confidence right now. It's very, very dangerous being in business. Business sales have dropped. We've laid employees off. The nurseries, they have no anticipation on selling what they used to sell last year. It's probably a quarter of that. I don't know if you guys noticed as well, but ever since the penalties were implemented and the 218 went through, Madera County, out of all counties in California, has had the most postings for land for sale. And it's been on both sides. We've seen folks in the irrigation district sell because they think their land is extremely valued high because they're in the irrigation district and they're considered net neutral. And you've seen folks in the white area selling because they feel like they have no future here in Madera County. So just seeing those postings makes it real difficult for me to continue business here in the county. Whenever this 218 did pass, I think it was looked at from a political lens and not a service lens. Ultimately, that 218 had to serve the ratepayers for a beneficial purpose. It narrowly passed, and it didn't pass in Chowchilla. But even when I reviewed the data, I seen landowners with multiple APNs back to back protest on one and didn't protest on the other. And that's not counting late votes or anything like that. And then if you just went by acreage on the protests that did come in and were counted, it lost by a tally about 60-40. So you had some folks with 1 acre that had the same voting power as someone with 1,500 acres. And I think that was kind of, I believe the method was not right to use. And I think all that should have done was just triggered an instant review and a discussion on, hey, how do we proceed forward? And now, due to the lawsuit, it's going to get played out that way. So just looking at it from a one step back, my hat's off to folks like in the irrigation district, but their own engineers from Carollo said, we're neutral, and the only reason our wells are dropping are because people are over pumping in the white area. So that must mean the opposite is true. If the GSA does subsidize the irrigation district, then that means that we should be in compliance one way or another. And they're the ones with the infrastructure to handle recharge and stuff like that. So for these guys to pay hundreds of $millions over the years off potential water that's not guaranteed.
Daddy.
No worries.
Yeah, that electricity going.
Yeah, I think that paying those fees for potential water that's not guaranteed is where the problem exists. Not necessarily the fee, what it is, the vote and stuff like that. We've seen other counties where they've implemented Prop 218 votes on a much smaller scale, maybe just for domestic well mitigation and land repurposing one at a time. Those fees range from about $5 to $50. And I really believe that was the method that should have been taken. And long story short is, 2040 is 18 years away. And knowing the state of California, things might always get pushed out. So that's not to say that 2040 number is concrete, but in the past 35 years, California has reduced water usage by 5 million acre feet, just with advances in technology and irrigation methods and practices. That's not to say that advancement is not going to stop. And if that just continues at the same pace it's going, we'll be in compliance without anything. That's just off the advancements that have occurred in the past. And the final thing I would say is, you know, in the community, there's always been a huge call for the mental health crisis and people going through that. And I see that with farmers now. And I think that really needs to be addressed, and it's always overlooked. Everything is passed to them or handed to them, and there's virtually no remorse or feelings for the mentality that they're going through. Some of them are family farms over 100 years old, and now they're dealing with the fact that they might lose it. And I believe that should be taken into consideration when we're doing this planning and fees and so on and so forth. But thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hello, Ralph Pistoresi. I'd like to address the land repurposing issue first. I took part in 2 or 3 of these meetings. I think I've got the gist of the idea. It's about $600. People sign up and for a period of time, and they're leasing their land. But by the time they pay their taxes, I want to reiterate what Ryan says, by the time they pay their taxes, a couple $100 an acre, by the time they pay the potential $246 an acre fee, the $25 an acre fee, and then go through all the other expenses that are required of them, they come out with zero. If they have land payments to make, they're below zero. They're in the red. All right. I can't see any farmer in his right mind that would do this program. It's a lot of work for nothing. Because look, I'm a farmer. I'll give it to you the way I see it. I have a certain piece of land, all right, and it's all say planted in permanent crops. And I'm short of water for some reason or another. I take out part of the crop. I use the water that would have irrigated there to irrigate over here. All right. It's the normal process. There's nothing complicated about it. It's normal, natural land repurposing. We don't need a bureaucracy to create land repurposing. A winery north of town, a winery that owns land north of town, 1,500 acres over there, 2,000 acres. They didn't have enough water. They pulled out 945 acres of vineyard last year on that one ranch with nothing. They just did it. On another ranch where there actually is more water, they pulled out about 300 acres there. There was no need for a program. This is all a lot about nothing. I think maybe what we need to repurpose is the way we think. Because first of all, the other thing that you need to consider is, where are you going to get all this money to do this repurposing? Is this money coming from grants? Is it supposed to be coming from the 246? Where's the money coming from? And the other thing that concerns me is, why is the government so interested in giving so much money to devastate California and make it non-productive? The narrative here is all based on a wrong premise. The premise is that we're going to save our county by starving it and thirsting it to death. We're going to dry it up, and that's how we're going to save it. The way we save Madera is we need for the state to come through and do what they should have been doing for 50 years, providing more water for all Californians. And that's the purpose of our coalition, is to unite with all people of the state and get the state to do what they're supposed to do. If they're sending water, this year, they sent 750,000 acre feet of water to the ocean for nothing. Nothing was gained by it. It was lost. Recently, in the last 2-3 weeks, from up north, they sent 150,000 acre feet of water to the ocean. All right. We didn't get any benefit from that water. Why are they asking us to stop growing, stop irrigating, stop farming, stop the economy of this county? And they're throwing everything that what we need to survive and prosper away. They're irresponsible. So what fundamentally needs to change is not agriculture as we've done it for 100 years here. What fundamentally needs to change is the policy that's happening in Sacramento. And that's what we need to work on. And that's what, as supervisors, you need to help us push back on Sacramento so that we get more water for the county. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay.
We have the two online.
Oh, we do? Okay, right here. Oh. Noah Lopez.
All righty. Noah Lopez with the Madera Ag Water Association. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. So my comments today are regarding section 5.1 of the proposed rules, specifically regarding the eligibility requirement that lands enrolled in the VLRP must be no smaller than 10 acres. The current rules only allow parcel fields as designated within Earwatch to be enrolled. And as Stephanie discussed, parcel fields are those areas within a full parcel that were created when the overlay of DWR's crop survey was put on top of Madera County Assessor information. So in many cases, if not most cases, this created many small parcel fields within each parcel. Specifically, it created small parcel fields comprised of the field borders, roads, and other non-irrigated areas within the parcel. While these areas may not be irrigated, landowners are still paying the applicable fees and receiving an allocation for those areas since they are part of the full assessed parcel. Not allowing these small, less than 10-acre parcel fields to enroll in VLRP would seemingly create orphaned parcel fields where landowners are paying the fees and receiving an allocation, but are not able to use that allocation. The rules as currently written don't appear to fully resolve that issue. So one solution would be to add a rule which allows landowners to enroll full parcels comprised of all the parcel fields in an assessed parcel. It may also be useful to clarify in the rules language for the process in which landowners may enroll a partial parcel field, as Stephanie discussed. So there's a technical issue, but I just wanted to highlight that the issue exists, and we hope to see it addressed prior to the rules coming back to your board, as it will have practical implications for our members. I want to thank your board and the GSA staff for considering stakeholder comments and working to revise the proposed rules. Thanks.
Thank you. Jack Rice.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jack Rice, also with Madera Ag Water. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to comment. Also appreciate that the GSA staff worked hard to get these rules out for us to have a little time in advance to look them over and engage. That was really, really helpful and productive, and resulted in good changes. But I do believe the additional time is needed, maybe even more, just to give a sense of the scale of the program. Although the fee has a temporary injunction or a preliminary injunction, this program is almost half of that entire fee. So it's about $111 an acre, the way I do the math, of that fee is for this program. So it's really important to get this program done correctly. Maybe worth thinking about phasing this program in over time. Great discussion today, but some of these things I would just encourage, we need to engage the agricultural community to try to get this right. For example, the discussion about 1 to 5 year contracts. It makes total sense that longer term contracts provide a better bang for the buck for the GSA. But if we need to modify this program going forward, and you enter into long-term agreements in year 1, and then you change in year 2, while everybody's bound by the terms of year 1, that may not make people happy to be bound by those terms. So working through, we got to find a way to take our time to get this program done well and done right, because it's a significant part of the GSP implementation. One thing that Supervisor Poitras is honed in on is regarding this question is this whole demand reduction or reallocation. In section 3 of the rules, it's explained that the voluntary land repurpose program, quote, is being developed to achieve a portion of the plan demand management in Madera County GSA, unquote. That's a little different than I think how we're understanding it now, or at least I can't see how that fits with the idea that really demand reduction comes from the declining allocation. This program is just shuffling the water between the people that are using it. So it's not really a demand reduction. It doesn't really seem to create new water. It just makes water available for different users as we follow that ramp down going towards 2040 and sustainability. Point there is we just need to understand how this is actually working and what this program will mean. Another thing to discuss is the standard versus modified. Really get, it's kind of this hyper technical nuance on one hand, and theoretically that standard market's the most efficient. Everybody gets what they bid, but worked with a lot of people, and most of them, they might love something that they sold until they found out their neighbor got a little bit more money for it. And all of a sudden it's not nearly as attractive as it was. We need to really understand how people will feel about those two options, because you may not get many chances to have a positive interaction with this program and how folks are actually looking at it. A couple other things really briefly, the budget. It's like I said, it's a big part of the fee, but we don't know what next year is going to look like. Do you need to collect that entire fee? And is it necessary for this budget, or should we kind of ramp this in over a period of years? So all in all, it's really appreciate that we had the chance to look at the details, really encourage the board and the staff to take the time necessary to make sure that the ag community understands this program and that a lot of the details and questions are worked out. If that can be done by next week, great. If more time is needed, I think it should be taken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jack. Any other online? Any other from here? You gonna talk, Michelle? Okay.
Michelle excuse me, Michelle Lascoidia, resident of Madera County, a farmer and a rancher, owner of irrigated property as well as non-irrigated property. I would like to, again, register my protest and dismay at the formation of a farm unit that does not include unirrigated property. As a sustainable rancher and farmer in Madera County, I represent those that have not overpumped in the Madera Basin. I find it ironic that my unirrigated property not being in a farm unit therefore precludes me from actually being part of something that is considered for leasing of water, whereas those that have been overpumping or pumping are considered eligible. Your program of how you allocated the sustainable yield on June 8th, 2021 has therefore removed my economic benefit in going forward and sustaining my family's ability to farm and ranch in Madera, as well as those others that are involved in our complaint against the Madera County GSA. Again, we don't have the opportunity that you're granting to those that have been overpumping. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Okay. There's no. You want us to vote on this time, or do you want us to?
I plan to bring it back next week.
The 20th.
So I think we heard comments and
Okay, so if you guys can make a motion to move it to next week.
Also move that we move the discussion to next week on this item.
6L.
I'll second.
Didn't see you made it first there, Rob. I'll give it to you. I'll be the second.
Stephanie, can I or
Oh,
something.
go ahead.
Yeah. Would it be possible for you to bring an example of what that looks like, being enrolled in the program? I think if we see it, then it's a little bit easier to understand. If you can bring us some examples back.
Of a
Sure, we
sample.
can do some PowerPoint slides. Sure, absolutely.
Good idea.
Okay. Brett, you gonna vote? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. Now let's go to 6C.
6C, County Administration Department, General Services Division, update and presentation on inflationary impacts, fleet services rates, and direction to staff related to the proposed rate increases.
We're gonna take a couple minutes potty break. Okay, item 6C. I know she read it once. Let's just do it again to make sure.
Okay, 6C, County Administration Department, General Services Division, updated presentation on the inflationary impacts of fleet services rates and direction of staff related to the proposed rate increases.
Ready. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Anthony Loza, County Administration Office, General Services. And I have with me Michael Motz, man of many hats, Chief Civil Deputy, as well as Fleet Services Manager. We have a brief presentation for you guys today. You ready for that? All righty. So at the end of fiscal year 21-22, staff conducted an in-depth analysis to determine if the current fleet mileage rates were sufficient to recover expenditures for staff and operational overhead, and to determine if they were an accurate representation of the current market conditions. So the information before your board today goes from 2017 to 2022 to help demonstrate the rising increases in cost to manage the county fleet. So that, as you may know, the County Fleet Division is an internal service fund responsible for the management of the county's fleet. Fleet pays for all costs of acquisition, maintenance, fueling, and operation of county vehicles. Individual departments are charged monthly mileage rates to cover the cost of purchasing and maintaining the fleet. And now Mike will go into some of the challenges that we have been facing in the fleet, or with the fleet.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wheeler and Board of Supervisors members. The fleet, like Anthony was saying, the fleet is managed and operated based off of mileage rates that are charged off to the different departments based off of a calculation of what the costs are to operate the shop, to buy the vehicle, to repair it, for damages, for accidents, tires, fuels, and that kind of stuff. So what we're going to talk about today is some issues or some impacts that have caused these increases across the board for the fleet services. First of all, I forgot Mike Motz. I'm with the Sheriff's Office, and then I'm also your interim fleet manager. So annually, like Anthony was saying, we try to do an annual calculation of what it looks like a snapshot picture of what it looks like for the following year. So what we did was for 2017 to 22, Anthony and Amber and Joel also assisted in trying to get some numbers together to be more realistic about what we're looking at based off of inflation, based off of fuel prices and those kind of things, right? And tire prices. So a couple of things that are on this slide we're going to talk about briefly, and then I'll go into more detail on some of the other ones. Catch up with my notes here. So this slide represents several areas that we've seen increases on or have caused increases across the board. Supply chain issues have caused huge increases across the board as it pertains to equipment and supplies being unavailable or in short supply. So supply and demand kicks in, and when the supply is low, the price goes up. So we've ran into situations where actually prices have skyrocketed in some areas. Labor shortages caused an increase in the outside services that were not performed in-house. Basically, what that means is that when we farm things out to other professional specialized areas that we cannot do in the shop, for example, body and fender repair, radiators, those kind of things that we can't do in-house, we incurred increased costs as it pertains to that because their staffing over at these different shops are short, so prices go up. Vehicle production shutdowns have also been an issue across the board, and basically what's happening is these major manufacturers that we deal with, whether it be Ford or Chevrolet or Dodge, we normally will deal with buying vehicles off of a state contract bid, which is at a reduced cost, substantially reduced cost. Well, we found that the manufacturers are slowly starting to take a lot of vehicles off the state contract. And their reasoning behind it is that they could sell it for a lot more out on the lot, right? So these vehicles that we're looking for specifically
to replace these county vehicles, we're being forced to pay consumer prices instead of state contract prices, which it sometimes has increased from $8,000 to $12,000 per vehicle. This also applies to vehicles that we're purchasing on the emergency response vehicles. Those have increased quite a bit too. I have done, and Anthony and Amber and everybody else we've done our best to try to find the best deal that we can, but we're forced to pay what we have to pay to replace the vehicles that need to be replaced. So let's go to the next slide. Fleet rates are revised annually, like we had talked about, sufficient to recover expenditures for staff and operational overheads, and accurate representation. So operational overhead and expenditures for staff. So last year, I believe it was in last year's budget, we had an increase to our expenditures for staff because we added a very much needed position in the garage at Fleet Services to help with the office functions, the accounts payable duties, the scheduling and those kind of things that we haven't had since ever. I came from the Fleet Services. It used to be Central Garage back in 1994 is where I started there. And at the time, we only had the same amount of people that we have there now. And obviously our fleet has grown tremendously since then, almost to twice as much as when I was there for the same amount of office staff, as well as technicians. The service costs have increased due to the prices of the parts and the supplies, i.e. the oil and the filters and the chemicals that we have to use to make these repairs. So let's talk more specifically on the purchase price of vehicles. I think we talked about that where they're averaging anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 increase per vehicle. Wow. Right now, our county fleet has just under, I believe it's 400 vehicles. After we implement the full sheriff's take-home program that we're doing, we will be over 450 vehicles. So to replace those vehicles that need to be replaced, we're going to incur a heavier cost. The fuel costs, I could talk about the averages of fuel costs. We have that on a slide and we'll talk about that in the next slide. Tire costs. So again, we purchase tires and a lot of our parts we purchase at a discount based off of sometimes state contracts. Sometimes we purchase at a discount because we're dealing with local vendors like George's Auto Supply and Napa and those kind of things where they will give us a huge discount on parts because we are buying in volume from them. But when they incur additional costs because the parts are hard to find, we have to pay that additional cost as well. Accidents per year, although I will say that the accidents haven't necessarily increased, they may have gradually increased over the years. I will say that it costs a lot more to get a vehicle fixed nowadays than it did 2017, based off of the supply chain issues, based off of just the requirement that I can't remember the last time I seen where they fixed a car with Bondo and primer. They're replacing parts now. So those kind of things come into play, and that also causes an increase. Service and staff costs, I think we talked about that. Right now, we currently have 3 technicians and 2 office staff, and then me, they're part-time. So the increased staff costs come from adding the additional position for the program assistant. And then fleet overhead, a lot of that comes from just replacing or repairing needed equipment that's inside the shop, or adding needed equipment that's inside the shop. Maintenance on the building itself, replacing swamp coolers and those kind of things that had to happen. So we're going to see an increased cost there. And again, with the equipment costs, training is another issue that we've ran into, to where we've been implementing a lot more training, because as the vehicles are newer, as we get newer vehicles, it requires different types of training. Example would be hybrid training, and those kind of things where we have to get these technicians trained. Otherwise, we're going to be paying a lot more outside costs to send those things out. So here's an example of average increases for vehicle costs. In 2017, it was $22,000 for a basic, just white Chevy Impala. Now that car is over 30,000. This was a 2022 calculation. 2023, that car is probably worth, probably going for 34, 35,000. The one thing I wanted to point out is if you look at the patrol units, they went literally from 65,500, right around there for a fully equipped patrol vehicle in 2017 to well over $85,000 now. And with that being said, when we have I wouldn't say we have a large fleet of patrol vehicles, those costs are very, very high. So, but the equipment that we're putting in the vehicles is what is required for the deputy sheriffs to do their job. So, and then the last thing I have for me is the fuel costs. If you'll notice the increase over the years of fuel costs. These are we purchase fuel in bulk through the county. So because we put fuel, we supply fuel up at the Oaker substation in the mountains, as well as we provide the fuel at the sheriff's office, at the main sheriff's headquarters, and then also at Central Garage. So 17 and 18, we were paying on an average of $2.76, 77 cents to round it up per gallon for bulk. And it increased, it went down a little bit in 19 and 20. 22, 23, we are on an average of $4.42 a gallon. But I will tell you that we in May or March of this year, we paid $5.01 a gallon. In May, we paid $5.19 a gallon. And at the highest point, in June of 2022, we paid $5.57 a gallon, and that's in bulk. So all these factors take into consideration of what we have to look at. And this is why Anthony and Amber and Joel looked into this to see if our rate calculation is going to be realistic to recover or at least cover the cost of what we're spending at the garage at its current state. Any questions for me?
It's amazing.
I mean, I think everyone in this room has experienced this in our own personal finances and seeing that, and then expanding that to a larger fleet. You realize just how much of a crunch that is, and this is not surprising to me. It's unfortunate, and
It's reality.
yeah, it's
Reality
a
we live in.
reality.
So let's take a look here. All right. So as you guys can kind of see, the common trend with the inflationary impacts is everything is going up, right? And the one thing that hasn't really increased very much has been the mileage rate that we've been charging departments for the vehicles that they utilize through the fleet. So as you can see, salary and benefits increased a total of 18% between 17-18 to 21-22. However, like Michael mentioned, we did add one program assistant too, but then the salary and benefits for the last 2 years reflect only a half-time fleet manager. So those are kind of offsetting each other, but the higher the salary and benefits, the higher the service rate that we charge to departments as part of the mileage calculation. So when you take a look at just the board approved budgets for the fleet reserve, you can see that, you know, back in 17-18, we had about a $2.1 million budget. This last year in fiscal year 22-23, the budget adopted for the fleet reserve was 3.8 million, demonstrating an increase also of 76%. So this kind of demonstrates many of the overhead costs that we have to charge out to all the departments as part of the mileage rate. We do adjust the overhead to reflect any reimbursements we get from any subvented departments. And we also remove any of the elements that we're charging as part of the mileage rate. So it's an adjusted overhead rate that we bill based off of. So basically, so we're not double dipping. All right, now this is the fun part. So this is the end result of the analysis that we've conducted regarding the inflationary impacts on the fleet reserve. So when you take a look at this slide, that third column over, it says current rate. So that is the rate that your board approved back in June of 2022. And then to the left of that, the proposed rate is what we're proposing based on the analysis that we've conducted for the past 5 years. So as you can see, the impacts are substantial. looking at the lowest increase down at the Sheriff Patrol's vehicles, 47% to 104% increases across the board. So as you can imagine, with the increases in vehicle costs, the increases in gas, the increase in staffing, increases in equipment have had a substantial impact on the fleet reserve. So looking at those increases from the previous slide, what we took into consideration is the miles driven that we billed in fiscal year 21-22 for the county fleet. So the miles driven for the county fleet was about 2.6 million miles driven by county vehicles. So this includes both general departments as well as the sheriff's department. General county departments traveled 982,000 miles this past year, and the sheriff's department about 1.6 million miles. So when you take a look at the increases in the previous slide and you apply, like, say, for instance, the sheriff department, based on the mileages they traveled last year, the current inventory they have, and the proposed increases, the impacts to the sheriff's department alone would be about $1.2 million. And so that would be for a total of 12-month period. When you take a look at the increase for just the general county departments, that would demonstrate an increase of $717,000 for all the other county departments. So with that information, we wanted to basically come to your board to seek direction, because those increases are substantial, obviously. And when departments prepared their budget this last year, many of those factors, inflationary factors, weren't considered as part of the mileage rate. So we are here before your board today to receive some type of direction on how to proceed now that we have this information. So on the slide before you, there's a couple of options. One, we could increase rates retroactively to July 1, which we know departments did not plan or budget for. We could increase rates mid-year, which would be January of 23, and just kind of continue to analyze the data and see how the rates come in. And departments can evaluate their budgets as time goes on. And then the option 3 would be increase rates for the next budget year, which would be the 23-24 budget year, which departments will begin preparing within the next couple of months. So we do have those two options, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony and Mike, for that great presentation. And what I always like to do when presented with options, the first thing I like to do is to ask staff what their recommendation is, because I'm sure it's something you've discussed with administration and
Yeah,
with
definitely.
Joel and Jay and so forth. So I believe that you probably have a preferred recommendation.
And where's
Yeah.
money's coming from?
Yeah, so I think either way, the general fund is going to eventually, will eventually take the hit, depending on when we do the increases. If we do the increases retroactively, departments may have to adjust their budgets, come to your board to ask for additional funding to kind of help cement their budgets for these increases, because again, they're going to be pretty substantial increases. I personally would suggest going mid-year, January 2023, because departments do have a tendency to budget a little bit of savings in their mileage calculations. And we did take a look at some of the departments and how they landed last year with what they paid out in their mileage. And there was a little bit of cushion there. So if departments move forward, if we move forward with this increase in January of 23, departments continue to monitor their budget. And as long as your board has an understanding that, if departments end up short in their budgets, that they may be coming back to ask for additional funding through the general fund. And so that would be my recommendation. And then obviously we would continue to look at the rates as we move forward. Gas rates are fluctuating, but all the other prices are just going to continue to go up.
Gotcha. Thank
Uh-huh.
you.
Yes, I would think that too, because some way it's gonna have to be caught up.
Yeah.
We have no choice. And Joel, have any idea? It just regular general budget dollars are savings, or what we're gonna do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Joel Begay, County Administrative Office. Yeah, I concur with the recommendation General Services to do it mid-year. I think doing that strikes the balance between charging grant programs from this point. I think it's some of the claims that grants had
the first half of the year might have already been submitted. So retroactively adjusting it might be problematic. Obviously, for the general fund, we can true it up. I think the January implementation strikes the balance. We're gonna have to look at it. Obviously, if there's some savings, hopefully we just return to your board at the year end to plug the difference. And I kind of wanted to add to the presentation that, because one question might be is why now and why such a large, increase? So given that it's fleet rates are forward looking and it's, it depends on the confidence that the rates will generate enough revenue in the fund that we can replace the vehicle 3 or 4 years down the road. In the early parts of budgeting for the year, there was talk that inflation was transitory, that it would immediately come back down. The gas would immediately come back down. Well, now the confidence that it's transitory is just complete, it's here to stay. So that's why we're coming in now with, proposed permanent increases, right? The fleet does have some reserve funds, right? By law, we have to have at least 60 days. We had more than that. It's a perfect storm too. During the pandemic, given that there was no miles driven for a period of time, obviously those reserve funds kicked in and we had fixed costs. So it's kind of like a perfect storm with inflation, and we had that bad year and we're finally recovering from it when departments are traveling again, but then we had huge cost increases. And then we thought we can weather it based on that forward-looking model, but we now know it's here to stay. That's why this is presented now, and adjusting it mid-year, I think, is a good approach. It gives us time to look at the bottom line of what the general fund hit would be. There are revenue sources that are higher than what we had budgeted, so that would help. Obviously, we don't want to touch fund balance as much as possible because we want to maintain that and we want to grow that. But we'll continue looking at it sometime April or May when we take our year-end assessment. That's largely where we'll see where everybody lands with these fleet rates.
Guys, got any? Yes, Dave?
Yeah, there's really no way to get an economy of scale on this, is there? Because you've got, to a certain extent, you could do a little bit, but you still have a lot of fixed costs that are going to be there no matter what happens as far as the size of the fleet. And I was just thinking out loud to look at a way to maybe reduce some of the size of the fleet, but I don't think that's the fix.
No.
Am I right? In my thinking there? Mike, you can probably.
I think you're thinking correctly.
Yeah.
We can't reduce the size of the fleets.
Yeah, there's very little option there because it doesn't change a whole lot as far as the demand, the figure, and you still got to have a way to get people from A to B. And even if they're driving their own vehicle, there's going to be a cost involved in that. So
Yeah,
And the
our
cost
fleet
will-
doesn't sit
some of the
around.
costs will increase because you're going to have the vehicles that we're going to implement, take-home project that we
right.
board approved. Those costs are going to increase as far as maintaining those vehicles too.
Right.
I think that program will work out because we're going to be driving one vehicle less miles instead of one vehicle more miles.
Right.
So I think we'll be okay there, but we're going to have more.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for
Yeah.
helping me
Mike.
sort my thinking out.
Should we have this with a CPI built into it? One that is, so if there is deflationary pressures that drive it down, that would bring it down?
Yes, Supervisor, the fleet rates are reviewed annually, so it's not a set CPI. So it's more of.
Okay, because when you said, when I heard, maybe we've just heard too many things about permanent today, but when I heard a permanent change to this rate, it's not a permanent change because if next year
If it's
it
less.
goes down, then we
Yeah.
can bring it down. So
We
it's
can.
not like we're setting this and,
Right.
okay, that's fine.
It's
Okay.
not, it just needs to meet its minimum cash flow obligations and then some reserve and the confidence that we'll have the money when the replacement cycle hits. And we have every year adjusted it. This is just the biggest.
Yeah, this usually
Year on
comes,
year.
this usually comes on the
The budget.
consent calendar or in the
budget.
budget, right, as a, because we've
As
never
part
heard
of
this
the-
before, but this is extraordinary in terms of the magnitude of,
It might have been 4 or 5 cents
yeah.
a mile. This is just the biggest that we've done. And again, it's impacting the confidence that we can weather it with reserves. We no longer have that confidence and we don't want to go negative in the fund.
Any public comment? Any on the line? Your pleasure, board.
I move that we adopt the staff's recommendation of January
Direction.
correction, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Because this is a presentation, no action.
Whoops.
Yep,
Right.
and a
Said-
request for direction and
That would be my direction that we move, that we look at that
Right,
option.
and do it for January.
Yep.
And so we got a second?
Second, right, it's just
Direction.
direction.
yeah, Chair, I
just
would recommend
direction.
Just
there's
giving
a-
direction.
Yeah, I think I think everyone's all
Seems
good
like
with it.
there's some consensus in the direction and the staff will come back. So
So we just
there's no
got-
action for this item, right? We
Right.
can just.
Yep.
I withdraw the motion. Consensus dictates the response of the board. Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, so much.
Alrighty, thank you
Yeah,
guys.
Very
we
important.
can't do nothing. We can't just act like it's not happening, right?
6D,
6D, Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to set the salary range for correctional deputy at range 13 on the peace officers related salary table, $5,262.31, 6,000 through $6,471.98 per month, as recommended by Civil Service Commission.
Move to approve.
Second.
comment? Do you have any comments?
Just thank you.
Okay, got that,
Everyone get on your mice.
any online? One?
None.
Oh, okay, I thought that was a yes, everybody vote? Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6E,
6E, Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to set the salary range for correctional corporal at range 17 on the peace officers related salaries table, $6,396.37 through $7,866.73 per month, as recommended by the Civil Service Commission.
Move to
Move
approve.
second.
any public comment? Seeing none? A vote in here. Roll call.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6F,
6F, discussion and Human Resources Department, discussion and
Oh,
consideration.
wait, hold on. I think we just approved 6D twice. We were never on 6E. Now look, if you look at on the screen, it shows
Oh.
approved, and then the active item is 6E.
we're gonna do another one on that one, it says
So,
that.
yeah, so 6E, we'd want to do that active one.
Yep, and then Chair, thank you for that, but she did read the correct one.
She read the
Yeah,
correct
great.
one, but just on there it is. I see.
It's on the screen. That's
We done 6E,
But I think we have to,
we have to redo vote on
we don't have to redo all this stuff, but we should probably have the
it.
motion
She's got it she's
And
got it
this-
marked now.
on 6F, but 6E, I think we just need to,
Oh, it
key
says
in our-
active.
and I think we just need to,
We should vote on.
well, I don't think we need to have a roll call
Okay,
again. We
here
just
we
need
go.
to.
Who made the motion?
It was
Letty?
Letty and I
Brett?
seconded. And then everyone just vote and then we can go to 6F,
Yeah.
There we go.
right?
go.
I'm going to read it again.
No,
No, it's done.
6F.
6F,
There we go.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
6F, Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to set the salary range for correctional sergeant post at range 19 on the peace officers related salary table, $7,052 through $8,673.07 per month, as recommended by the Civil Service Commission.
Move to approve.
Second.
public comment? Online?
No,
Sorry.
that's fine. Letty can have the motion. I'll second her motion.
Vote, Betty.
Oh, sorry.
I know.
Yeah.
Roll call. I know.
Jeopardy.
I can.
What is yay?
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6G, we move it up there.
6G, Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to set the salary range for correctional lieutenant post at range 21 on the peace officers related salary table, $7,774.83 through $9,562.05 per month, as recommended by the Civil Service Commission.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any public comment? Any online? Vote. All done, roll call?
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6G.
H.
6H.
Oh.
Human
no, we got
Resources.
G, right?
No, we just did G.
Submit-
H.
Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to set the salary range for correctional captain post at range 23 on the peace officers related salary table, $8,571.75 through $10,542.17 per month, as recommended by the Civil Service Commission.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any public comment?
I just wanted to
ahead.
say that I'm hoping that these increases will at least help somewhat, because I know the jail is struggling to recruit and retain employees. So I hope this helps somewhat for all of the ones that we just approved.
Yeah, we gotta keep up or our neighbors will grab them, so. No public comment in line? Okay,
None online.
vote.
I think Chris has something to
Whoop,
say.
whoop, okay, come on up, buddy.
Captain Chris Rodriguez, Madera Sheriff's Office. Been with the Department of Corrections now, Madera County Sheriff's Office for 22 years. And to see the support from Sheriff Tyson Pogue and this board in particularly is just, is so, I'm just privileged to work for such a great county and to see all the accomplishments. Took quite some time, but where we're at today is something to be proud of. And all those who are at the jail working right now, I'll make sure to relay that to them. But we're just grateful. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris, just so you know, when I got elected in 06, Mr. Taylor, we signed up everything, you know, to get all the stuff we got to do as a supervisor. And I said, why do we lose so many people in Madera County? I said, that's all I've heard since I've been campaigning this whole year. She says, money. I hear you here. And since I've been on here, I've really tried to bring us up to at least equal or above our neighboring counties. So really important to me. And I know it is the rest of this board. So we got to be the best place to work, live and play. And you got to pay for it. Absolutely.
Costs a lot more to train somebody than it does to retain them sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you, guys.
To redo it.
Mhm.
Okay, any other public comment? Any online?
None online.
Okay, roll call. Oh, no, I mean, yeah, I got to
Yeah.
vote.
Um,
Vote, I mean, roll call.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6I.
6I, Human Resources Department, discussion and consideration of approval to authorize the Department of Human Resources to amend the position allocation for org key 04785 within the probations department by amending one FTE position to Deputy Probation Officer 1-2 for the unfunded to funded.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any public comment? Any online?
None online.
Okay. Yay. Ready?
Oh.
Roll call. I know.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Just want everybody to know if you're watching online or anything, or if you're here, we got this new system we started last week. And got to vote on here because that way it's in a permanent public record. So thank you guys very much. And
Thank you, supervisors.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna move to 6J.
With that, on 6J,
Let me finish.
okay.
I brought this on because I think it's needs to be done in a timely manner. I'm going off, so it had nothing to do with me except that the efficiency of running our county. But item number 1 on 6J, I want to separate that out from the 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And because
I'll just
Sure.
recuse myself. I was instructed by county council that I needed to recuse myself.
I know that's the reason I'm going to separate it, so you can recuse from that, and you can still be participating in the rest of them.
That's fine. If that's
Can't we do
legal.
it that way, Regina?
Okay, so on,
I have
we're
no
gonna
problem
skip
doing that, yeah.
6. Okay, excuse me. So on 6J, you'd like to separate the item
1
1
from
from
2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Set it aside. You'll be voting on it later. That way Brett can recuse himself.
We don't have to take them all separately.
Well, it's one item.
So, yes, it's one item. And so my concern would only be just noticing to the public that
Why don't
the
I just
item will be
recuse myself
separate
for the
from-
entire thing? I think it's, yeah, it's cleaner, right?
Is it lawful to take that particular item separately? The answer, I believe, is yes, for
Okay.
Brown Act purposes, to separate it and discuss it separately. If the board
We
would
do it
like,
all the time and.
Yeah.
Yes,
city
and that's fine.
calendar and
would like
everything
to do it
So do you want to bring me
together.
back after
else.
one?
Do number 1 first. You go excuse yourself right now.
All right.
Get out of here.
So Supervisor Frazier, if you would like to just state your conflict for the record. and-
Oh, yes, that'd be a good idea.
The conflict for the record is that I will be moving into that position and would not, there's a conflict to vote on that.
Thank you. Now we'll just take item, you'll read that in the thing, 6J, item 1.
Move to approve.
Human Resources Department, setting compensation
hear
structure and
this.
salaries for elected department heads.
I want to hear.
Number 1, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county assessor effective January 1st, 2023.
But thanks for the motion, Dave. Letty likes to hear our presentation
Just
first.
for the transparency
So it's
purposes
on.
for the public, I think this one's important
That's
to.
a good idea.
Yeah, it's a big deal. So I mean, it's resetting the compensation based on, what it's tied to and so forth.
Right.
You okay with that?
Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Thanks.
I agree with it.
Yes. Thank you,
Thank
Roman.
you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. At the November 8th board meeting, staff was directed to provide salary data for the sheriff and DA, adjusting their pay to 95% with longevity and 100% without longevity of a Superior Court judge to address the compaction pay concerns. In a subsequent meeting, staff was directed to review salaries for all elected department heads and adjust those salary schedules to a percentage of a Superior Court judge. The proposed salary resolutions before you will adopt a standardized pay structure for elected department heads, similar to other comparable counties, mitigate and or avoid compaction pay issues for elected department heads, and improve elected department head pay equity with our comparable counties.
Yeah, when we was approached by a couple of elected officials, myself, actually being chairman, I took it on myself to include every elected official. And every time since I've been elected 16 years, it seemed like I brought this up, I'd get lambasted from somebody. And this is so important, I think. You know, it's hard enough to say you're going to vote a raise for yourself. It's just really hard. And for your elected officials. This way it takes it out of the controversy, I think, by set with the judges' salary, whatever it is, they get a 1%. If they don't get no percent, they don't get no. And I think it's a monumental deal for Madera County to do something like this. So that's my reasoning, and I just really think it was important. Any other comments? Yes. Betty.
So, and this is no surprise to Roman. I approached him earlier, but again, to put on the record for some of these, I know that when we did the adjustments in the public safety, it created compaction issues, and some of the other elected department heads, their assistants received increases within the past year or two. So the question for you to put on the record is, did that create compaction issues with those departments? And because unfortunately, there wasn't a chart for us to look at that. We had just the resolution. So I wish we would have had that information so it would be easier to justify. But if you can just share.
Yeah, with some of the analysis that we did discover there were going to be some potential compaction issues if there weren't salary adjustments offered to the elected department heads. Not all of the department heads necessarily. However, since we were looking at all of the department heads, we thought it would be better just to do an adjustment for all of them to avoid any potential future pay compaction issues instead of doing them as one-offs as they occur.
So does that create an issue with the assistant department head to increase their salary in the future?
No, this will allow us, or give us the flexibility to increase the assistants in salary as well without them coming up or passing their elected department head or department head.
That's what I needed on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, in my opinion, the way that salaries have been increasing at lower levels, it's been outpacing management and electeds, of course. And so this was inevitable that we would eventually hit this wall where we had to deal with it. And we're at the wall. So I think that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Roman. Any other comments from the board members? Okay, I'm going to open this up to the public. Anybody on the public on talk about item number 1? I
Nobody
see
on-
none.
nobody
I
on
will-
Move to approve and
Got a second? Second?
I'm going to need to do this a little bit differently online, so I'm going to do this manually because you're
Oh, is there
separating the
somebody online?
votes. No. The voting process will have to be done manually because we've separated the items.
yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit different on my
Okay.
end. You won't be able to electronically vote.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 4-0.
Okay. Somebody want to get Brett? And then we'll do item 6J, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
My bad. I was confused. I thought we were doing the whole thing. So my comments were for everyone. So no, I don't want to repeat my comments. It's fine.
It's online. It's recorded. And you can just say,
Did a good job there.
welcome back. Okay, you want to read him item 6J?
Human Resources Department, setting compensation structure and salaries for elected department heads. Number 2, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county auditor controller effective January 1st, 2023. Item 3, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county clerk recorder effective January 1st, 2023. Item 4, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county district attorney effective January 1st, 2023. Item 5, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county sheriff's coroner effective January 1st, 2023. Item 6, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution establishing compensation for the county tax collector treasurer effective January 1st, 2023.
Roman. Just kind of gives the same overview.
Move to approve.
Shut up.
So again, at the November 8th board meeting, staff was directed to provide salary data for the sheriff and DA, adjusting their pay to 95% with longevity and 100% without longevity of a Superior Court judge to address the compaction pay concerns. In a subsequent meeting, staff was directed to review salaries for all elected department heads and adjust those salary schedules to a percentage of a Superior Court judge. The proposed salary resolutions before you will adopt a standardized pay structure for elected department heads, similar to other comparable counties, mitigate and or avoid compaction pay issues for elected department heads, and improve elected department head pay equity with our comparable counties.
Thank you very much. Any comments from the board members? Public comment. Tracy.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm not really public, but kind of, I guess. Tracy Kennedy, your treasurer tax collector. I just want to take the opportunity to thank the board for even considering this. You know, this is something that in years past, we would bring up to the board from time to time, and we haven't had an opportunity to come before the board for elected official salaries for over 10 years. So, and in the meantime, other departments have reorganized and had reclassified and things that you'd mentioned earlier, and we haven't been at the table at all. So I really want to thank Tom for taking the lead, and Brett and Letty and Rob and David, really for just including us in your thoughts, and I really appreciate it.
How come she doesn't have to recuse herself?
Oh, and I vote yes, vote yes. That's the 6th one.
Move to approve.
Any other public comment? Online.
None online?
Okay. Go ahead.
Same item. We're not going to do it online.
I'll second.
And this won't be online either?
I'm sorry, it will be online. It will be recorded. It's just the votes will not be taken electronically.
Okay. Brett, you made a motion?
A second.
Got a second from Letty. Roll call.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
6K.
Human Resources Department, introduction of an ordinance amending the annual salary for members of the Board of Supervisors, waive the first reading and set the second reading for December 20th, 2022.
You, buddy.
Thank you. Also at the November 8th board meeting, staff was directed to provide salary data for the Board of Supervisors, adjusting their pay to 50% and 55% with longevity of a Superior Court judge. The proposed ordinance before you will adjust the supervisor's pay schedule with the other elected department officials, elected officials, and improve Board of Supervisor pay equity with our comparable counties.
Okay, any comment from the board members? I'm just going to say that, like I said before, I've tried to put this on the agenda, and we actually have had it on agenda a few times, and it's just always been just a mess. So this will eliminate that. And I'm going off, has nothing to do with Tom Wheeler. And I just think so we can keep getting quality people to run for this position. We got to be comparable to like jobs out in the community and in our immediate area. So any public comment?
I think Lydia has one, and then
I'm
I'd like
sorry,
to
Lydia.
say something too.
So in this instance, the reason I was asking about compaction issues for the other department heads was to help justify it. And in our case, we don't have compaction issues, right? My concern with this particular item, it's not easy to vote yourself a raise, and it's it's not easy to justify. It's not that I don't agree with the increase. I mean, I pay out of pocket to go to events, to participate in things out of my own pocket. I don't collect mileage. I don't, I don't do some of the things that probably should be doing, but it's just hard to justify it, especially when we have a salary survey, a salary and comp, class and comp study going on. And I don't want to jump the line ahead of the staff that hasn't been addressed yet. So what my heart tells me to do is, if we can not necessarily postpone this vote, because I understand, Tom, what you want to do, and so that we don't have to address this anymore.
You want a later date, startup date is
I
what you're
would
saying?
like to postpone the implementation until the salary survey is completed. So that way, if it has to be phased in for the employees, then it should be, we should be phased in. I don't want to jump the line ahead of staff. I feel it's unfair. It's a good faith effort on our part. I don't know when this salary survey is going to be completed, but just my conscience says that I would rather wait at the back of the line than to jump ahead. And those are my comments.
Yeah,
What's the kind of the timeline right now for our salary study? Should be getting
August, I think we're looking at August 2023 to have the report ready.
implemented? What was you gonna say, Brett?
So it's interesting, just coming off this board, literally the first meeting I ever had this item on. And it seems as though the last meeting I'm here may have this on as well. And I had made comments that first day that it had happened that said, this might be what it is. But I have no idea. I've only been in the seat for a week, and so I had no idea what the compensation should be. Having done this and having worked with this board as well as other members that have been on this board, this isn't the same board that I was on with the day that I was sworn in, but I can tell you that everyone on this board puts in a ton of time. This is not just going to a meeting on Tuesday. This is a 24 hour a day, 7 days a week job. I know that because on Easter, I went to my parents' house and my dad said, "What's up with my road?" I said, "Can I have a day off, Dad?" And no, this is, so I now know what it takes, and I know how hard it is to vote yourself a raise. You can't recuse yourself from this one as a board of supervisor. But it is the value that I know that I have in these colleagues and the previous colleagues was commensurate to this, and could even be more. And but I like the idea. I had not thought of that. I think that's a great idea. But is there a way to post date it? Or not post date it, but push it out to a date certain. If it, yeah.
Yes, Chairman, members of the board, in the proposed ordinance in the last section 7, by law, this particular ordinance doesn't go into effect till 60 days after approval, which is lined up right now for 60 days after December 20th, which I'm sorry, it's section 5, not section 7. And so that date is February 18th, 2023. If there's a desire to change that date out, I think that
You just can't go before 60 days. Is that correct?
correct. You
But you
definitely can't go.
But you can
before.
go after 60 days, or you can make it
Correct. Just like today's urgency ordinance on the building code updates. An urgency ordinance is effective immediately. However, in that ordinance, the effective date is January 1st, 2023, when those new laws take effect. So it would be a change in this particular ordinance, or we would add different effective date if that's the board's desire. And I think that change alone wouldn't require a second introduction.
It would require, or wouldn't?
I don't think so, no. It would not. And so if that's the desire of the board, we would change the backup between now and December 20th. Staff's report to highlight that for the public and move forward with a different effective date.
But we wouldn't know if we change the date, so say we say to be implemented in August, but we don't know what's gonna happen with the salary survey coming
You just have
forward.
to implement. So it would, you would think it would be like the next year.
I just think that, I mean, we have worked so hard to get that salary study. We've done it before. Our third one since I've been elected, and we've always implemented it. And just think that we need to move forward with this and want to set a date like March the 1st or June the 1st or whatever it might be. That's fine, but I think we got to move forward and get the controversy out of this.
And they're not required to take it, right? I mean, you still have to sign a form, but I mean, me personally, again, this has no bearing on me or you, but knowing what it takes to do the job and what I see on this board, to me, it just makes sense to have it done.
Get it done.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'd like to make a comment, and I don't think that my viewpoint is going to be any surprise to anybody. You know, first of all, you know, I think Letty was searching for words in regards to the reason why she wanted to have this thing pushed out, and I think that the answer is leadership. You know, I think that you know, she and I and David will be remaining on the board. And I think that, you know, Letty wants to set the example. I'm not taking any words in your mouth, but again, I think it's that L word leadership that she wants to show, and have staff, you know, be considered before we're considered. So I, you know, definitely appreciate that. One of the things I did is I, you know, looked at some of the numbers over the last 5 years. Or 6 years. I looked at my compensation from when I joined the board back in 2017, and I looked at inflation and so forth. And it's been about 4% annually, inflation, the consumer price index from each year annually, and so that would put me, if that was the increase every year, it would put me at about 96,000, and where I am right now is about 99,000, which actually is a little bit higher than what the consumer price index is. So by throwing in, you know, another $27,000 on top of that, that would be, you know, a substantial increase, about a 27%. And so that's, you know, I'm not sure I feel right about that. The other thing is, you know, we are already in these other cases, we're tying electeds to the judges' salaries. We're already there. We're already tied, and I believe it's been working. It's kind of been keeping pace, in fact, a little bit higher than what the consumer price index is. And I don't believe that we have those compaction issues. So I think they're a little bit different in a lot of cases, or compared to the electeds that we just approved increases for. So that would be my reason for my vote today. Thank you.
Any public comment? Any online? Your pleasure, board.
I move to approve.
I'll second it.
And I'm going to do it in the way that it is currently in, and see where that falls, because I think it's the right thing to do.
to. Okay, vote.
Chairman Wheeler, you seconded. Can you go ahead and vote, please?
You hit second and then,
Oh, we got to hit that.
oh, no, hit
Agreed.
second. Never had to do that.
Yeah, Chairman, you don't do that. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
No.
Supervisor Gonzalez,
No.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Vote passes 3-2.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. And move forward and that's, we got closed session still to do. Oh, yeah, we got the addition.
And I checked.
Well, oh, okay.
We already approved the addition to the agenda. And so we need, you want to go ahead and explain this?
Sure.
Jay, to the
Sure,
public?
Chairman. On October 18th of this year, you previously approved a letter to the Eastern Madera County Firewise Safety Council related to it's a funny name, the COCO AIM grant program. It has nothing to do with COCO or shooting or anything like that. It has everything to do with fire safety in Eastern Madera County. Their grant application has made it to the second step. If you recall, part of our participation in that is that we committed to $75,000 to this program if their grant is successful. So with that, they have successfully made it to the second phase, and they are asking for an additional letter of support. They actually reached out to my executive assistant by email on Sunday, and this is due Friday, the 16th. That's the need for the emergency, or not the emergency, but the urgency in getting this in front of the board.
We got so many people up there working on this. It's just so important that we keep supporting them. And I hope the board keeps supporting those fire safe and the fire wise communities up there that's going to help us hopefully in the long run get cheaper insurance if we can keep getting our communities cleaned up.
Move to approve.
Rob?
Oh, I don't have anything on my
It's not on
screen.
there?
No.
You're voting no on that, Rob?
Probably not on the.
You know
screen
what?
'cause
I'm
it's
on
a
a
petition.
I'm on a roll. Oh, active item. Okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting.
We learn every day on
We
this
can
new
just do
program.
this
so-
verbally.
Okay, yeah.
So we have, Betty.
Didn't work?
No.
Okay,
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers, Supervisor Frazier,
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. Let's, want to go ahead and do the supervisor report, staff reports. David?
Yeah, I ended, I think of the committee I was on last week.
Too many of them, buddy.
Yeah, there's so many of them right now. We had some water deals with the CWD and then RHA. Thank you.
Okay.
Coffee and conversation tomorrow, 8:30 at the Madera Ranchos Library.
Perfect.
Just that Supervisor Frazier and I, along with a bunch of community stakeholders, met with Congressman-elect Duarte. And I think it was a great, productive meeting and hopefully the start of a good working relationship with him.
Good. Rob?
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I had a similar meeting with the congressman, but it was a much more a negative circumstance. It was like, how are we going to keep the hospital open? But anyway, regardless, I have a present that I received at the RCRC meeting last week. and that I attended last Wednesday. And it was presented to me in a very solemn ceremony in this box. And what it is, it's the old plaque from like 20 some years ago. And it's got
Chief for changing that.
Frank and Vern and Ron and John Silva and Gary Gilbert. And
Man.
this thing was ancient and it was, anyway, this was replaced.
Put it up.
And so, you know,
Put it on the
Tom,
wall out here. Or in our
I think
office.
you should have it.
Yeah.
They got my name on it. I think it should go in our office up there in the lobby.
Didn't Karen just clean out all that other
Yeah.
stuff?
Exactly. Angie worked very hard to get a replacement.
Okay, thank you, Rob.
Keep the wood.
Yeah. All I had is doctor's appointments. Jay,
I participated in a panel last week at the League of Cities Municipal Finance. Actually, there was 3 groups. The city clerks, fire, and municipal finance officers were all meeting in Monterey, and I was on a 1.5 hour panel about cybersecurity with a city manager from up north, and with a vendor, and with an assistant finance director from Roseville. And it was very interesting how prepared and how unprepared some people are.
Gina.
No report, Chair. Thank you.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go into closed session after we do the in-home supportive meeting. So we're gonna shut this down right now so we can do this in-home. I don't know how you're gonna do it, but that's what we gotta do.
Figure it out.
So Chair, it sounds like you're going to take a break from the Board of Supervisors meeting to convene as the in-home social services public authority.
Right.
Thank you. And Karen is our clerk of the board. Madam Clerk is going to toggle between probably new systems. So we'll make sure. And we also, having delayed the start time, check to see if there were any members of the public here in person or online. So we'll just make sure we do that before that meeting starts as well.
Yes, and we'll have to switch to a different Zoom. So just one moment. David, we'll need your expertise to get the Board of Supervisors switched over.
Take a couple minutes to get it done, you think? Okay. There comes our IT guys and say, we get him, he'll do it. He'll help us. Yeah. Easy thing to do.
What's that?
It wasn't an easy thing to do.
Right.
Yeah, we don't care about, we're not gonna show anything up here. Okay. Check. Checking.
Oh, so they understand it? It just says elected.
Is your, no, you're good. Is your,
I've got to go into a new meeting.
Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the mic was on. We couldn't hear you. Sorry for interrupting.
I didn't have it on. Well, we're gonna start all over
We're
again.
gonna start it another minute late.
Yep. This is the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting, starting at 4:16, 3 hours and 16 minutes late, 14 minutes late, I mean. And yeah, no, 16, something like that.
36, yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna get this done, and then we still got to go in closed session, our regular board meeting. So Karen, would you read in the consent calendar item number 1?
consideration and approval of the regular meeting minutes for May 24th, 2022.
Any public comment on that? Yeah, now what's your pleasure, board?
Move for approval?
Second.
Got a second? Roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I was looking, we shifted gears on, okay, who motioned? I'm sorry.
I did.
Rob,
Okay.
Letty.
Supervisor Poitras,
Yes.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier.
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers.
Yes.
Chairman Wheeler.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Item 2, additions to agendas. Any additions to this agenda?
No, Chair.
Okay, item number 3, public comment. Anybody out here got, in the first 15 minutes, we're gonna talk about anything you want to, but if you don't want to, we'll move on. Anybody in public comment? Online?
None online.
Moving on to item 4. Madam Lawyer, will you read that in the,
Yes, sir. Your lawyer here, conference with labor negotiators. Your county negotiators are Director Deborah Martinez and Deputy County Counsel Stephen Mendick, and it's conference with your labor negotiators under 54957.6. Thank you.
okay, any public comment on the closed session item? Any online? We're gonna go to closed session. We'll come back out here Can we go do both? We can't do both? No.
Nope.
Okay, we'll go in and do this real quick, come back. Regina. There we go. Any report of action?
Chair, there is no reportable action from your closed session.
Okay,
Thank
any
you.
public comment? Seeing none, I'm closing the in-home supportive services public authority meeting. Thank you. Now then, back to our regular
Okay,
board meeting.
Just one moment. I have to switch
Oh, yeah.
meetings. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're back in session for the regular board meeting, and we're gonna go back into closed session, and we'll be out when we get done. Any public comment? Seeing none.
We are on.
Is it working?
It's working.
Okay, we just came out of closed session. It is 5:15. County Council, have you got any reportable action out of closed session?
Chairman, I do have reportable action of closed session on a motion by Supervisor Gonzalez, seconded by Supervisor Pro Tem Frazier. There was direction provided to County Council to work with the Treasurer Tax Collector to refund GSP fees for sustainability projects that have been paid and to bring back an item on December 20th for the board's consideration related to that. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions from the public? Not yet. None online? I adjourn this meeting.
Well done.
Whoopee, whoopee, whoopee. All right. Got all my things to sign, Karen? Ready. Thank you, Sarah.
I guess it should have.
Thank you, Rob.